you get your interpretation equipment. Portuguese is 3, French is 6, Espanol is 8, English is 2. I repeat, Portuguese is 3, French is 6, Spanish is 8, English is 2. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for your time. Thank you for coming. And as you know, at the COP, of course, we can be delayed. And today is also the march. So before we start, before we say anything, we are in indigenous people's land. And in the indigenous people's land, we have to respect the culture. I would like to call my sisters from this land, Amazon, here in Brazil, to give us the blessing, then we can start our event. Don't worry, it's very quick event of 1 hour. I will be sticking on time, then you can go to your rest of the staff. Sisters, you are welcome.
Urubá se traduz como casa da serra, do povo chucuru e dos paratiós. Urubá foi grandeza, onde a mãe natureza emoldurava todos nós. A moldura que Deus pôs na terra sagrada é a serra querida do Ororubá, onde os bravos guerreiros, sem ter o dinheiro, acharão conquistar. Restou a fé em Tupã,
Ororubá, Ororubá,
Tupã vem libertar,
Ororubá, Ororubá,
talvez um lindo amanhã.
Ororubá, Ororubá,
Tem a nação de Ororubá. Curumim ficou grande e se fez um guerreiro, onde as cercas nem mesmo deixaram caçar. Curumim hoje é triste por tudo que existe, onde era o seu lugar. Restou a fé em Tupã,
Ororubá, Ororubá,
Tupã vem libertar,
Ororubá, Ororubá,
talvez um lindo amanhã.
Ororubá, Ororubá,
Tem a nação de Ororubá. Restou a fé em Tupã,
Ororubá, Ororubá,
Tupã vem libertar,
Ororubá, Ororubá,
talvez um lindo amanhã. Tem a nação de Ororubá. Curumim ficou grande e se fez um guerreiro, onde as cercas nem mesmo deixaram caçar, pois os brancos senhores encheram de dores sua pátria Ororubá. Restou a fé em Tupã,
Ororubá, Ororubá,
Tupã vem libertar,
Ororubá, Ororubá,
talvez um lindo amanhã. Tem a nação de Ororubá.
Obrigada. Thank you so much. So as you know, as indigenous peoples, we always do the blessing, respect to the land that we come from. I thank my sisters that really accept to bless us in this day. And of course, God knows we need blessing in order to move on climate action. So my name is Hindu Umaru Ibrahim. I am from indigenous Mbororo peoples of Chad, and I will be your moderators today. So today's event is organized by CIF, the Climate Investment Fund, thanks to my sister here, Tariet, who is the CEO. So she called it for this event because we all know indigenous peoples and local communities are the most impacted to the climate change. They are the most vulnerable, but at the same time, they are the solutions. We have a lot of knowledge, and for that, we need a direct access finance for them. And in order to achieve direct access finance, we need politicians that can take the decisions. And we need a private sector, but we need also a bankers, a finance peoples. And to help us achieve all that, we need policies. And that's where UNFCCC can play a big role. So I'm not going to be long on these introductions. I would like to pass to the high-level opening. And our sister Sonia is coming. She is in her way because we wanted to respect the agenda of everyone. So we start, and she's going to join us in the way. So allow me to introduce the first opening remark, and I will call them to come here in the tables. The first one, Miss Mary Robinson. As you all know, Mary Robinson is one of our female president of the Ireland, and then she's also the champion of the climate justice. She is with the elders. So please join me to welcome Mary Robinson in the stage. Welcome, Mary. So our second is my sister here, Tariet. All of you know her because you come to the event that she organized. So Tariet is the CEO of the Climate Investment Fund. So she is one of the younger CEO that is leading a big financial institutions. And she's my African sister, of course. Welcome, Tariet. So please welcome also Kevin. So Kevin Kariuku, who is the Vice President of the Power, Energy, Climate, and Green Growth of African Development Bank. God knows also how much we need the energy in Africa, but around the world. Please join me to welcome Kevin in the stage. Thank you all for joining us. So we are waiting for Sonia, as I said, by the time that she joins. So without further delay, so I'm going to ask you, Terry, to give us the opening remark, and then I can pass to Mary, Kevin, and hopefully by the time that Sonia can come. Please welcome.
Thank you so much, and my dear sister Hindu, for putting this powerful conversation together. And thank you to the Honorable Mary Robinson for championing the important voices and contributors, and for even championing CIF's Stakeholder Advisory Network on Climate Finance since its launch in 2016, and for your unwavering support for climate justice. It's wonderful to see so many CIF partners in the room today. I'd like to take a step back and speak from a personal experience. You know, my father's people are the Izon people of the Niger Delta wetlands in Nigeria. It's very similar to here. An age ago, we were one connected ecosystem. I walk around here, and it's very similar to my childhood. As when I close my eyes, it reminds me of that. And over the last decade, we in the Niger Delta have been on the front lines of climate change. The storms are getting more intense. And 2 years ago, one of the most intense storms was experienced. When we spoke to our families in the villages, they said to us that normally the water comes from the riverbanks, but this time the water also came from the forest. This had never happened before. All the waters rose, and the villages found themselves with rivers instead of roads. The image that remains in my mind, my family continues to support the church there. As we checked on them on the damage and the images that they sent to us over WhatsApp, they remained in my mind, which was that of a congregation who still went to church by canoe. And they were in the church in their canoes as pews. It's a simple adaptation, but showing the power of incredible resilience. These communities, in spite of the trauma, are able to look after one another, and they should inspire us all. If they can keep going, who are we to say that we cannot? Who are we to say that we cannot scale our ambitions in adaptation finance and climate finance to fund resilience? We are witnessing a sea change in the climate landscape toward investing urgently in adaptation and resilience. The Brazilian COP presidency has rightfully put adaptation and resilience at the heart of the year's discussion. The same call came from the year's UNGA, from countries worldwide, and the UN itself. We all know that resilience is local. Only at the local level can real challenges be understood and the right response shaped. Thank you. To acknowledge the presence of Her Excellency Minister Guayayara, it's an honor to have you with us. And so let me just go back to my, no problem at all. We're thrilled. Yeah, we're thrilled that you've been able to join us. Thank you. So this is why we're here today, because we know resilience is local, and that at the local level, real changes can be addressed and we can understand the challenges. Discussions on locally led adaptation must begin with indigenous peoples and local communities. We've heard that same message like a steady drumbeat throughout this COP. Indigenous peoples and local communities are experts in our own environments. We safeguard 1/3 of the world's forests, an extraordinary richness of biodiversity. For millennia, we have modeled sustainable, productive interaction with nature, living from forests, savannas, and wetlands. And this knowledge has been accumulated over generations and exemplifies the best principles on adaptation, long-lasting, inclusive, local benefits. Yet, indigenous people and local communities face barriers to decision-making, the key to self-determination, and they remain severely underfunded. And that's what we want to change. For over 17 years, CIF has worked alongside indigenous people and local communities in 2 ways. The first was through the world's first large-scale resilience program, which had a great focus on community-led projects, working with them to identify urgent priorities and receiving finance for drought-resistant crops, landscape management, and sustainable agriculture. In addition, our landmark direct grant mechanism for IPLCs, putting finance and decision-making power directly into IPLCs. This mechanism of the CIF accounts for 8% of all forest finance dispersed directly to IPLCs worldwide. Now, grants were given for ecotourism, for honey production, unlocking sustainable benefits without deforestation, and setting important precedents for land tenure rights and indigenous rights. For example, the program mobilized support for the Democratic Republic of Congo's law recognizing the rights of indigenous people in the region. The direct grants for IPLC program was so successful here in Brazil that the Brazilian National Development Bank is putting 4.6 million reais into the next round of grants. CIF is now taking the learnings from the IPLC direct grant model that we championed through our forestry and nature programming and applying it to investing in locally led adaptation for our next generation resilience program, and we expect the IPLCs to play an integral role. Our next generation resilience program is called ARISE. It means accelerating resilience investments and innovation for sustainable economies. CIF provides support, but vision and leadership are built from the ground up. That is why it is an honor for us to hold this discussion today with so many representatives from indigenous peoples and local communities to hear what's working, what must improve. Bringing people together like this is central to the ethos of the CIF, building solidarity and shaping solutions to last. We will use today's insights to make the next round of investments designed for the most effective, adaptive, and inclusive response. I thank you.
Thank you very much, sisters, and welcome, Sister Sonia. I know that you were in the march. And then thank you for your time. We know you are very busy, especially these last days. But yeah, so Sonia will be with us for the next 30 minutes, so then she can join also the second panel. But to give her time to breathe, let me pass it to Mary, so then Kevin, and I can give time to breathe, because Mary have to leave to another event.
Thank you. I think I'll stand because it's wonderful to see all the people here. I like to thank the owners of the land for their blessing, very special. And I noticed that you gave a special blessing for Minister Sonia when she came. I learned of the wisdom of indigenous peoples when I took my position in the United Nations as High Commissioner for Human Rights, because I was also the coordinator of the Decade of Indigenous Peoples. And it was an immense challenge. And I learned so much. And then I learned from Hindu Omara Ibrahim when she was the chair of the Indigenous Peoples Forum at COPs, which I had begun to go to. And I learned about the impact of climate shocks through my work in human rights in African countries. After my 5 years as High Commissioner, I formed a small organization, and we were working in African countries in 2003, 2004, 2005 and onwards. And I was taken aback with how the climate shocks were affecting African countries. Women were saying to me, "Is God punishing us? What is happening? This is outside our experience." And it was not happening in my own country, Ireland, as much. It was not happening in New York, where I was based, as much. But it was happening in poor African countries. And then I came to climate justice, the injustice of climate. So that is why today is so important. I arrived last night, the long journey here to Belém. This is my first public meeting. I can't think of a more important one, because we're talking about getting finance to the reality on the ground of building adaptation and resilience and regenerating nature and really changing bottom up how we will cope with the climate and nature shocks. It is so important. I am very pleased to learn of what the Climate Investment Fund has been doing and giving leadership in the direct access to funds. I'm very pleased that the TFFF will have 20% for Indigenous, and that it will be direct access, and that they will learn from the experience. And this is really important, but it's not enough. We need much more climate finance. And if I may say so, particularly for women at all levels. And I am involved as a co-leader of Project Dandelion, which is a women's movement for climate justice. Sonia knows very much about Project Dandelion, and we are going to tell the story of smallholder farmers. They are not small. They are very, very important in their regions everywhere. They make the whole difference in food. In Africa, they provide 70% of the food. So they are not small. We have to change the narrative, get the direct support. So I'll stop there because I know there are other speakers, but you can tell I'm so pleased to be here at this particular meeting on this particular issue, and I will bring the lessons as much as I can as an elder in whatever way I can to increase adaptation funding, to increase funding generally, climate finance, and to learn and build on the wisdom of indigenous peoples. So, obrigada, obrigada.
Obrigada, Mary. We are very happy that you come for the first event in the COP to be with us. And we know that climate justice and indigenous peoples is really in your heart and you are fighting for it every single day. Thank you so much, Mary. Allow me now to give the floor to our co-conveners here, Kevin. So Dr. Kevin from the African Development Bank, please.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sonia, Honorable Mary Robinson, former Prime Minister, President of Ireland, and a friend of the indigenous people. My sister Tarie, I feel really honored to be in this auspicious company of four great ladies. It's awesome. And so distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to welcome you to the African Pavilion. I should actually have been the one to speak first to welcome you to this pavilion for today's event. And thank you very much for the time that you've taken to join us. We all know that climate change is impacting most heavily those who are least equipped to cope with it. It is one of the greater injustices of modern world. Adapting to climate change is therefore a priority for Africa, which bears the brunt of the impacts of climate change, despite contributing the least, a mere 4% of cumulative greenhouse gas emissions. But Africa needs the resources to adapt. But perversely, despite bearing the brunt of the climate impacts and already losing up to 9% of GDP in the process, Africa attracts a measly 3% of global climate finance, meaning that those who need it most, including indigenous people and vulnerable people, as well as local communities, are almost starved of adaptation financing. It is therefore imperative that we try and find means and ways of bridging this adaptation gap, financing gap, urgently. But with half of African countries currently either under high risk or under debt distress, these countries have severely constrained fiscal space and can to be able to meaningfully contribute to scaling adaptation finance. And this is why the African Development Bank continues to seek ways for increasing adaptation finance in line with our commitment to increase Africa's proportion of global climate finance from the current 3% to 10% under our climate change and green growth framework for the year 2021 to 2030. And in this regard, allow me to articulate some of these efforts that we are making. First of all, we allocate the bank's investment, which has generated about $12 billion of adaptation finance in the last 5 years. We also have the Adaptation Acceleration Program, an initiative with a joint initiative with the Global Center on Adaptation that seeks to double this adaptation finance by the end of this year. And then thirdly, we have the climate action window, whose $322 million for adaptation sub-window resources averaging about, will leverage about $170 billion in adaptation finance, in addition to $1.6 billion in development co-financing. And then, of course, we mobilize resources from vertical climate and environmental funds. In this regard, we are very grateful to CIF's contribution of $112 million to, under the pilot program on climate resilience. Thank you very much, Terry. But concessional public finance alone will not close the adaptation financing gap. We must therefore design instruments that can facilitate mobilization of adaptation finance through the private sector. I am therefore very proud to report that the adaptation benefits mechanism, which has been developed by the bank and is currently UNFCCC's only recognized non-market approach, specifically for adaptation under Article 6.8 of the Paris Agreement, will shortly start issuing certified adaptation credits, which are akin to the certified emission reductions under the Kyoto Protocol. In this regard, ABM will pioneer private sector mobilization of adaptation finance. Just to provide a brief overview of ABM, it is a results-based program, which means that it will facilitate payments to adaptation projects developers for delivering results, which will be denominated as certified adaptation benefits. These payments will provide project cash flow that private sector requires to underpin investments. This is because with a guaranteed future cash flow, one can be able to borrow money. Simply put, it is like borrowing money to buy seeds and paying back the loan from the proceeds of the sale of the harvest. However, for ABM to scale a source of demand is imperative. In this regard, to generate such demand, ABM offers governments a mechanism through which they can request or require greenhouse gas emitters to contribute to the cost of adaptation. Accordingly, solidarity levies could provide a new source of adaptation finance capable of channeling financing to indigenous and vulnerable people, as well as local communities, including in the role as developers of adaptation projects in their local settings. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kevin. We need your commitment for direct access finance for African indigenous people. So now all the African indigenous peoples here listen, and I think we will have a good discussion. Now allow me to welcome my dear sister, the conveners of the COP actually, and who is really championing the indigenous peoples globally, but also here in Brazil. Sister Sonia, give your remark, and then I will be asking you to just sit for the second quick panel with the others. Please.
Olá, bom dia a todas, a todos. Peço que quem não falar português possam usar o fone de tradução ou no seu aplicativo do celular, né? É uma alegria muito grande para mim estar aqui neste pavilhão da África, né, que somos países solidários, que enfrentamos lutas muito semelhantes, portanto, é muito importante que fazemos toda essa luta de enfrentamento à crise climática também de forma conjunta, né? Quero saudar aqui esse dispositivo, né, vice-presidente Kevin, vice-presidente Kevin aqui, a Taria do CIF, né, aqui representando, muito obrigada por toda a parceria. Minha amiga Mary Robson, já estamos juntas em muitos momentos, né? Ela que me deu um livro de presente que fala muito bem dessa origem da mudança do clima. Fez esse livro também em português, muito importante para que todos conheçam, né, este livro da Melry. Obrigada, Melry. E aqui estou a convite da Hindu, né, minha amiga, parenta. Juntas estamos aqui também construindo essa participação ampla dos povos indígenas nas conferências do clima. Muito obrigada, Hindu, né? E saudar todas vocês que estão aqui neste painel. Minhas parentas indígenas do Brasil, né, aqui presente, Juan Carlos, do Equador, né, e aqui representando a Aliança Global, junto com o José, da Bacia do Congo, né, representando a Aliança Global de Territórios Comunitários, a qual nós aqui, enquanto a PIB, fazemos parte e somos coordenação desta aliança, né? Bom, gente, né, é um prazer enorme estar aqui neste evento, tão cuidadosamente organizado pela minha parenta Hindu. E ainda também é muito bom ouvir aqui, chegar aqui após uma linda marcha dos movimentos sociais. Isto nos inspira e dá mais força para os debates aqui, né? Um lugar na rua onde se encontra todos os movimentos sociais do Brasil, da América Latina, de todo o mundo, ali lutando não só pelo enfrentamento da crise climática, mas também pela justiça climática, para que todos os povos duramente já impactados sejam incluídos nas decisões e consideradas já essas distintas realidades de necessária adaptação a muitos povos, né? E é com estas inspirações que eu venho aqui resumir um pouco das mensagens centrais que estamos trazendo para esta COP e buscando sair com resultados concretos. Acho que este evento permite, sim, avançar de forma concreta. Uma primeira mensagem que trazemos é a partir do Círculo dos Povos. Este espaço que foi criado por esta presidência, pela presidência da COP30, e que converge povos indígenas, comunidades tradicionais, afrodescendentes e produtores e produtoras da agricultura familiar, no qual eu tenho muita honra de presidir este círculo. Estamos com o nosso pavilhão na Zona Verde, um espaço de encontro, de debate e também de apresentação das nossas contribuições para enfrentar as emergências climáticas. Afinal de contas, somos nós os primeiros mais impactados, embora sejamos os maiores, né, guardiões e guardiões. Então, a partir do ciclo dos povos, né, é necessário garantir a maior participação da sociedade civil, em especial dos povos originários, das comunidades tradicionais, nos debates da COP. E o presidente Lula tem falado que nós estamos no rumo certo, mas ainda com um ritmo muito lento. É a pressão da sociedade civil trazendo esse sentido de urgência, que faz acelerar o ritmo, mas são os povos indígenas que podem apontar algum ajuste nessa direção, porque somos nós, com nossos modos de vida adaptados à natureza, que podemos apontar os rumos para a transição energética. Por isto, estamos defendendo muito o círculo dos povos, a continuidade desse círculo, a necessidade de maior participação. A segunda mensagem é essa, da justiça climática, da inclusão das agendas de direitos humanos e meio ambiente. E aqui falamos que a COP precisa incorporar os conceitos do consentimento livre, prévio e informado, do racismo ambiental, da proteção dos defensores e defensoras, dentre outros, em todas as suas regras. Os negacionistas climáticos apostam nos impactos dos eventos extremos para atacarem esta convenção. Portanto, não haverá transição energética se ela não for justa e inclusiva. A terceira mensagem, já dialogando com os temas deste seminário, diz respeito à eficiência dos projetos liderados pelos povos indígenas, seja como mitigação para a proteção dos territórios e garantir a floresta em pé, seja para buscar as ações mais efetivas de adaptação da região, que é fundamental valorizar os conhecimentos tradicionais indígenas e confiar nos projetos liderados por estas comunidades. Os dados não deixam dúvidas de que somos os maiores guardiões e que temos os melhores projetos, e isto é urgente para o planeta. A quarta mensagem, fechando todo este ciclo de respeito, a necessidade de rever o futuro do financiamento climático. Enquanto os melhores projetos do planeta, que são aqueles desenvolvidos pelos povos indígenas, não puderem chegar a esta COP, porque não existe participação, se não forem considerados nas discussões da transição energética e seguirem neste ritmo de não estarem dentro do ciclo do financiamento internacional, o rumo da transição está no rumo errado. É necessária uma mudança na dinâmica do financiamento internacional. Priorizar projetos liderados pelas comunidades indígenas. Entender que os países não darão conta de enfrentar sozinhos todos os efeitos da mudança climática. E que avançar no financiamento direto para os povos indígenas é a maneira mais rápida, mais barata e de resultados concretos para conseguir reverter a perda da biodiversidade no mundo. Nós estamos à disposição para seguir no diálogo com todos vocês, com todas vocês, especialmente aos colegas do CIF. Reforço que continuem apoiando os projetos na África e que estamos à disposição para avançar em novas metodologias, para buscar agilizar e ampliar em qualidade e quantidade estas iniciativas e com esta inclusão dos povos indígenas nesses espaços da COP e em todos os espaços de decisão. Muito obrigada a todas, a todos. Muito obrigada, Hindu, por este convite e toda a nossa parceria. Obrigada.
Muito obrigada, dear Sonia, my dear sister. This is so amazing. You touch it in all the points. I have no comment and I cannot make any justice to summarize what you said. So, let me be up. We are going to have a very exciting second, very quick run of the panels with the high level, with the minister, with Youssef, with our brother from indigenous peoples. That will be very quick one. Mary is leaving. Before Mary leave, if we can do a photo, if we can do a photo, because Mary have to open another event. So then we do the ministerial panel very quickly. So may I request you to come quickly, Youssef, my speaker, just to do a quick photo. Thank you very much. So just to allow Mary leave. Mary, wait, Mary, this is for you. So Sonia, you can sit in your, Sonia, you can sit here. Yep, you can sit here so they cannot pass next to you. Tarie and the others, I just call you to be sitting here. Okay, now I'm going to call my next panel, Minister of Justice and Indigenous Peoples, Monsieur le Ministre, si vous pouvez venir. Monsieur le Ministre, vous voulez vous asseoir à côté de Sonia? Then allow me to call Youssef. You next to me. Then allow me to call my brother from Burkina Faso. Vous pouvez vous asseoir là. Then my brother Juan from the indigenous peoples. Yes, you be here. Because I'm going to stand up to make it very quickly. Ouais, voilà, moi je vais me mettre là. Lui, il va se mettre ici. All right. Brothers and sisters, friends, this is going to be an elevator shot. TED Talk from all of them that we wanted to listen very quickly because we have two very important guests, the special rapporteurs of the rights of indigenous peoples and our brother Johnson Serda, the VP from Conservation International, but he's an indigenous Quechua, to reflect from what they said. We don't want to do a checking box panel. We wanted to have this discussion, this event, to come up with a preparation of what will be the next funding for indigenous peoples, for local communities, for adaptation and mitigation. So without further delay, I'm going to pass some of the questions very quickly to all of them. And of course, I will ask my sister Sonia on one question on what she listened. I'm going to start by the Minister of Justice and Indigenous Peoples of Congo. Monsieur le Ministre, au Congo, vous avez adopté la loi des peuples autochtones. Vous avez maintenant la promulgation pour la mise en œuvre. Et du coup, on sait que le président Sassou est champion pour les droits des peuples autochtones, en organisant aussi la conférence des 3 bassins. Donc, en 3 minutes, est-ce que vous pouvez me dire quelles sont les responsabilités des États vis-à-vis des peuples autochtones pour la mise en œuvre des décisions et pour avoir l'accès direct au financement? Monsieur le ministre.
Merci, Indou. Madame la ministre, bonjour. Vous avez posé une question précise et je pense qu'il est du devoir des États aujourd'hui de reconnaître qu'on ne peut pas aller à des grandes décisions au plan universel sans prendre en compte toutes les composantes de la société. La République du Congo a bien compris que les peuples autochtones font partie intégrante de la population congolaise. Et depuis 2011, au-delà de la ratification de tous les instruments juridiques internationaux pertinents en matière de promotion et de protection des peuples autochtones, la République du Congo s'est dotée d'une loi qui porte protection des droits des populations autochtones. Cette loi est donc en vigueur depuis 2011. Et au-delà de cette loi, depuis 2019, la République du Congo a adopté un ensemble de décrets d'application de cette loi. Ces décrets d'application tiennent compte des différentes préoccupations spécifiques aux populations autochtones, en dehors des droits que les autochtones ont en tant que sujet de droit congolais, le gouvernement de la République, donc, sous l'impulsion du président Denis Sassou Nguesso, a mis en œuvre une politique publique d'action positive en faveur des populations autochtones. Cette politique publique est ancrée dans des textes réglementaires qui portent par exemple mesures spéciales d'octroi des pièces d'état civil aux populations autochtones, mesures spéciales d'accès aux services sociaux de base, notamment par exemple la scolarisation pour tous les enfants autochtones, peu importe l'âge, et l'alphabétisation pour les populations autochtones. Mesures par exemple dans le domaine de la protection des sites sacrés et des sites rituels pour les populations autochtones. Parmi ces décrets, il y en a qui font obligation à l'État de consulter préalablement les populations autochtones avant la mise en œuvre des projets et programmes dans les lieux où ces peuples habitent.
Est-ce qu'il y a des financements pour ça?
Pour le moment, nous évoluons avec les financements de l'État, mais nous avons un pool important d'acteurs de la société civile qui travaillent avec des partenaires au développement, des partenaires financiers et techniques de l'État, comme on les appelle, qui bénéficient de divers financements et qui contribuent donc à la mise en œuvre de ces politiques. Voilà si...
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le ministre, pour cette réponse. Mais je vais continuer en français pour passer à Mamadou. Mamadou, vous êtes de Burkina Faso et vous êtes le secrétaire permanent du RED+, le programme RED, et vous travaillez aussi avec CIF dans leur financement. Comment vous travaillez pour assurer les financements vont aux peuples autochtones et aux communautés locales en direct? Et quels sont les défis que vous faites face, vu qu'on parle de financement et ils n'arrivent pas? Vous avez 3 minutes.
D'accord. Donc, merci bien. Donc, bonjour à tout le monde. En tout cas, c'est réellement un thème d'actualité, hein, notamment la résilience des peuples autochtones et des populations locales. Aujourd'hui, quand vous regardez au niveau de la COP, lors des échanges, des discussions actuellement, il y a la question de la prise en compte des peuples autochtones et des populations locales, notamment dans la NDC 3.0. Il y a également l'accès à la finance climatique, notamment la prise en compte de leurs droits et également la prise en compte de ces populations dans le mécanisme de partage des bénéfices. Donc, au niveau de la RED+, pour dire que ce sont des préoccupations de l'heure. Et pour moi, il y a déjà 15 ans, déjà depuis 2015, que le CIF, notamment à travers le programme d'investissement forestier, avait répondu à ces problématiques. Comment assurer la résilience des peuples autochtones et des populations locales, notamment à travers l'accès au financement climatique. Et là, on a vu la création des DGM, qui était une réponse, un mécanisme pour permettre l'accès au financement de ces populations. Donc, pour le cas du Burkina, nous avons eu la chance également d'accéder au PIF et nous avons pu mettre en place un programme d'hygiène, notamment un projet, au cours duquel on a mis en place tous les organes dans lesquels les populations locales, puisqu'au niveau du Burkina, on n'a pas de peuples autochtones, mais nous avons des populations locales, où ces populations assuraient toute la gouvernance des mises en œuvre de ce projet, octroyer des financements à leurs homologues pour mettre en œuvre des projets qui ont répondu véritablement à leurs préoccupations. L'année dernière, à Bakou, on a amené 2 femmes qui ont participé à des panels et qui ont pu démontrer comment le DGM, notamment le projet de DGM, a pu apporter des transformations dans les sociétés. Donc, c'est véritablement une expérience reçue de mon point de vue, qui est en train d'être expérimentée toujours dans le cadre du NDC, un des programmes du PIF. L'appel ici qu'on peut donner, c'est notamment à travers le programme ARIS, pour que notamment cette expérience de digène puisse être également multipliée pour qu'on puisse permettre à ces populations d'accéder à des financements encore plus importants. Et là, la Banque mondiale, à travers toute l'expérience réussie que nous avons fait au Burkina, on a eu un nouveau programme où de 4,5 millions dans le cas de digène, nous sommes à 20 millions aujourd'hui. Donc, cette expérience également...
20 millions pour les communautés ou bien 20 millions
Non,
pour les États et les communautés accèdent?
Non, pour la communauté. De 4,5 millions, on est passé à 20 millions dans le cadre du nouveau projet de la Banque mondiale. Donc, pour dire que c'est une expérience aujourd'hui, parce que si nous voulons la résilience, il faut apporter des réponses à ces populations. Et c'est ce que notre président aujourd'hui défend. Il faut que tous nos investissements atteignent les populations à la base si nous voulons réellement une résilience au changement climatique.
Exactement, c'est ce qu'on veut, l'argent directement chez les communautés, pas des milliers, mais c'est des millions. Merci beaucoup, Mamadou, pour votre réponse. Et now, hearing from the member state, I wanted to move to Youssef from the UNFCCC. My dear Youssef, there is no best champion on UNFCCC. Microphone, yeah. There is no best champion on UNFCCC on indigenous peoples issues. I remember during the Paris Agreement, the fight that we have to get the references. And after the Paris Agreement, the first decision at the COP30 that created the local communities and indigenous peoples platform. This is only one result, but there is even more indigenous peoples in the NDCs, in the NAPs, the Article 7.5. So hearing from what the two ministers said, so what the UNFCCC can do more, or how the direct access finance can be really better for the indigenous peoples within the climate action.
Thank you very much, Hindu. And we've heard such amazing inputs from all the participants here, whether it's on the modalities of support that are being innovated or from the examples in countries. But as you expect, I'm going to disrupt the conversation a bit. So the reality of the situation is, if we're talking about resilience, we are at 1/10 of the level that we need to be. There's 28 billion financial flows to resilience, and what is going to be needed is in excess of 300 billion a year. So it's less than 10%. Within that, 1/100 of the financial flows go to indigenous peoples, according to statistics that we have. So there's 1/100 of the 10%. So that's the big elephant in the room. And so the mindset that got us here will not be the same one that will get us to where we need to be. We have the mandates that pertain to indigenous peoples. You rightly mentioned the platform, which was a massive change in paradigm here in the process. It is the only platform within the formal process where an indigenous person representative is actually chairing. There is no other place in the UNFCCC process where an observer constituency has that role. However, in everything else, in the national adaptation plans, in the funding discussions, in the NDCs, you don't see much recognition beyond preambular. So the process has to evolve there. That's one thing. And in terms of the elevation of finance, as you might surmise, the mindset that, okay, all we have are grants and loans, and let's try to elevate that 1,000 times to get to where we need to be, that obviously will not work. And so we need a shift in mindset on how do we create a flow of finance to indigenous peoples to make sure that the needs, the resilience needs, are satisfied, but also enabling the rest of the world to benefit from the leadership of indigenous peoples in knowledge and mindset and worldview and values that we are not benefiting from. And that requires more financial flows also to the indigenous peoples to enable them to share that wisdom with the rest of us so the process can modernize towards the mindset and worldviews of indigenous systems, which has resulted in the community being the safeguarder of 80% of the world's ecosystems, whereas the rest of us have gone down to 20%. And so this is the mindset shift that I would like us to have as we move into a new paradigm of finance. What are the modalities, the new principles that we have to deal with? Is it solidarity? Taria mentioned solidarity, and I was very happy with that as a core principle as we move forward. Is it internalizing externalities to make sure that anyone who does action is taking the costs into account? there are many trillions resulting in sovereign funds that have come from fossil fuels. Should that funding go towards the frontline communities and towards indigenous peoples in particular who can lead us towards that new value system? And so that is where the UNFCCC should head from my perspective. As Einstein said, if we continue doing what we're doing and expecting a different result, then that is the definition of insanity. So we have to revamp that whole mindset of finance and of other matters.
Is that the idea of the resilient front line?
Well, resilience front lines, maybe, yeah. So we will rely on you to push that forward, Hindu.
So we can have this paradigm change and to get the finance. So what you can do to help?
Well, I mean, we have in our own work at the UNFCCC, we are doing a foresight-driven process called Resilience Frontiers, which Hindu is part of as well. And it's trying to disrupt everything we take as givens, including the meaning of wealth, the meaning of prosperity. How should learning evolve as we move into a fully sustainable world in the future? How does data feature in that as it gets privatized and moves in the hands of the rich, etc.? So there's a lot of changes that we have to think of, or else we will get stuck in a previous mentality that doesn't really work in the new world that is already being shaped up in front of our eyes. And that has to come into the UNFCCC process, which is still thinking in terms of yesterday's realities, including on finance and the inclusion of indigenous peoples, the rights, the leadership, the resilience, the knowledge, the mindset in all our work streams, not just in the one labeled as LCIPP. Thank you, Hindu.
Thank you very much, Youssef. We're really happy that we have you and lucky to have you. Now let me move to my brother Juan Carlos. From the community perspective, Juan, from all what you hear, is that true the direct access finance is going to the communities? What are the barriers that exist now? What we can do more from our side to get this direct access finance?
Muchas gracias, querida hermana hindú. Un placer, un verdadero placer estar aquí con el señor ministro, con el delegado del UNFCCC, la hermana ministra, compañeros, excelencias aquí y los que antecedieron la palabra. Creo que es muy importante entender que ya existieron estudios que casi menos y un poquito más del 1% de los flujos internacionales llegaban a territorio. Eso es el primer dato, mi hermana hindú, que no llegaban los recursos financieros al territorio, a los guardianes, organizaciones y pueblos indígenas de territorio. Esta es una respuesta y una estadística, y la Alianza Global de Comunidades con Gobernanza y Territorio ha hecho un ejercicio de monitorear, de investigar y mirar cuál es el problema. Siguiendo tu pregunta y escuchando a las excelencias, a las autoridades, la idea está allí, el compromiso está allí, y seguimos diciendo que tiene que fluir, bajar esos recursos al territorio, pero necesitamos su ayuda y su colaboración. Y nosotros, los pueblos indígenas, organizados, con gobernanza, tenemos que desarrollar un mecanismo, hermana hindú, un mecanismo que siga la secuencia de cómo está aterrizando estos flujos financieros. Porque todos pueden decir, sí estamos dando fondos a las comunidades, sí estamos dando fondos a los territorios, pero nosotros tenemos que hacer urgente nuestro trabajo y compromiso para diseñar ese mecanismo que sea transparente, que sea equilibrado para todos los ecosistemas, para todos los pueblos indígenas de este planeta, porque nosotros ya hemos hecho este trabajo. Estamos dando la vida, manteniendo, monitoreando, trabajando día a día allí en nuestros territorios. y haciendo lo mejor para contribuir en este planeta, pero con pocos recursos y necesitamos que se conecte en las vías que recomiendo, hermana hindú.
Brother Juan, just a quick follow-up on that. Many people say that as indigenous peoples, we do not have capacity to manage the fund. That's why they cannot give us the fund. But we do have many examples of the indigenous fund. May you take 30 seconds to tell the audience the examples of that, please?
Es muy importante conectar que el movimiento de los bosques tropicales de la Alianza Global hizo la declaración de Brazzaville. Aquí está la recomendación, el espíritu de la declaración de Brazzaville, que dice: all commitments to peoples, all territories, planet and partnership and united path to COP30 and beyond. Nosotros hicimos la declaración de Brazzaville con Repaliac, con el señor ministro, con su gobierno, y estamos dando la voz, y Brasil se comprometió para avanzar. Hermana, para terminar, creo que es posible, hay el ejercicio, somos capaces. Está Podali, el fondo de Yaguatá, Pibi, el fondo de la cuenca amazónica y otros Let's Indigenous Funds que existe. Entonces, ¿por qué no se puede dar el Fondo Mesoamericano Territorial? Puedo seguir. Es importante creer en nosotros mismos y necesitamos su apoyo, su colaboración. La declaración de Brazzaville dice que los pueblos estamos vivos, dice que los pueblos tenemos gobernanza y dice que los pueblos tenemos cómo hacer nuestros mecanismos financieros, hermana.
Muchísimas gracias, hermana. That is true. So we have the funding. There is no excuse. I'm going to my sister Sonia to finish this panel and give the reflection from our two panelists. Sister Sonia, you have been tremendous on the Tropical Forest Alliance, on the Tropical Forest Forever Facility, TFFF. At the same time, we have the pledge of 1.8 billion for indigenous peoples. You play a big role on that. Those are the funds. But we need also the fund from the CIF, that we need the fund for adaptation and resilience that can come to CIF. We need the fund, the African Development Bank also to increase the fund for the adaptation and resilience. What is your thought on that? So we move to the conclusion.
Ok, muito obrigada, minha irmã Ana Hindu. Obrigada, Juanca, por suas contribuições, todos aqui. Mas quero aproveitar também para saudar a secretária de Povos e Comunidades Tradicionais, Edel, Ministério do Meio Ambiente do Brasil, que está aqui. Bom, nós todos sabemos que a COP sempre foi um espaço de muitas contradições, onde nem tudo que se decide chega, né, em quem realmente precisa chegar. Há pelo menos, né, agora 30 COPs e somente das últimas 10 conferências é que se está tratando de financiamento. E quem recebe este financiamento? Muitos são os anúncios feitos no âmbito das decisões e esses recursos não chegam para povos indígenas, comunidades tradicionais. E constatando que apenas 1% do 1% chega nos territórios, nós começamos a articular a maior participação indígena e comunidades tradicionais nesses espaços. A participação já é uma grande entrega, porque é a partir da nossa presença é que nós vamos poder incidir nessa mudança para que os recursos cheguem. E esta COP já está marcada como a COP de maior representação indígena do Brasil e do mundo. E é a primeira vez que a gente pode ver aqui todos os países falando, reconhecendo da importância dos territórios indígenas para mitigar a crise climática. Eu participei da reunião dos líderes globais, a minha amiga Hindu participou também do segundo dia, e a gente pôde observar ali todos os países falando do reconhecimento dos territórios, falando da importância do financiamento direto. Agora nós precisamos que isso se concretize, que saia das decisões, que saia do papel e chegue. O Brasil saiu na frente com a iniciativa do TFFF, Fundo Floresta Tropical para Sempre. E apresentamos, já com a participação indígena ali da PIB, da Aliança Global, na construção, para que 20% desses fundos, nesse mecanismo, vá direto para povos indígenas e comunidades locais. Mas tem muitos países, inclusive com florestas tropicais, que ainda não concordam que esses 20% vá de forma direta para povos indígenas. Alguns países não concordam. E aqui nós conseguimos, no primeiro dia, 5,5 bilhões já, mas ainda é muito pouco para o que precisamos para fazer realmente ações que combatam a crise climática. Para se combater a crise climática, nós temos que proteger nossos defensores e defensoras. Para se combater a crise climática, nós temos que combater o racismo ambiental. Para combater a crise climática, nós temos que fazer ações com justiça climática, já pensando formas de adaptar aquelas que já estão impactados agora pela crise climática. Portanto, falar de financiamento aqui nesta COP não é de forma alguma a gente está fortalecendo o capitalismo. Não é. Nós estamos falando de financiamento para garantir que aqueles guardiães que estão lá pagando com a própria vida para fazer essa proteção, tenham segurança no seu território, tenham garantia que os nossos projetos de agricultura familiar, de reflorestamento, de restauração das águas, tenham apoios internacional, para a gente continuar vivendo no território. Porque a saída de nossos povos do território também aumenta a crise climática. Porque a gente protege com a presença, com o nosso modo de vida, com a nossa relação. Por isso precisamos de estrutura dentro das nossas aldeias, dos nossos quilombos, dos nossos assentamentos. Então eu tenho muito orgulho, Rindu, de estar junto e junto com você e com tantos outros parentes, aqui o Johnson, que estamos nessa ousadia de ter um mecanismo que reconheça a importância e o papel dos povos e territórios, né, e garanta esse repasse direto, porque a gente sabe fazer a gestão. Se a maior quantidade de floresta e de biodiversidade do mundo está nos territórios indígenas, é um retrato de que nós sabemos fazer gestão. E do mesmo jeito que a gente faz a gestão do meio ambiente, nós também vamos fazer a gestão dos recursos para proteger esses territórios. Portanto, estamos falando do TFFF, Fundo Floresta Tropical para Sempre, mas queremos também o CIF junto, né? Queremos também que o pledge aqui nesta COP saia como uma decisão apoiada pelos países, pela filantropia, né? E também pelo setor privado, que tem responsabilidade também de apoiar essa proteção. Então, o que nós queremos aqui agora é ter o TFF como um mecanismo modelo para o financiamento direto, mas queremos que todos os outros mecanismos, todos os outros instrumentos, todas as outras articulações reconheçam e apoiem e garantam o financiamento direto para os verdadeiros guardiões e guardiãs da Mãe Terra. Muito obrigada.
Muchísimas, I don't know which language I'm speaking now. I wanted to say muchísimas gracias, hermanita. Thank you so much, really, Sonia, for that. We need this energy. We need to show that, yes, 20% is going. It is an investment. So everyone can get his finance. Now let's move quickly. You stay here. I'm going to pull 2 chairs, one for Albert here, one for Johnson here. Tell us on 3 minutes what really you feel about all that. So, Albert, do you want to come here? Johnson, Do you want to come here? And I'm going to start by Johnson Cerda. So as I said earlier, Johnson Cerda is an indigenous Quechua, and he's also one of the person that is helping to implement the project on the ground for DGM. So he hear from all that. This is the reason I put him the last. And I will tell you the reason for the Albert Barumi letter. So may you tell us all what you hear from the opening statement and from there. You have the reality on the ground, but we need a new replenishment of the new funding for adaptation and resilience. How we can do that better? Go.
Muchas gracias, Hindu. Quiero decir tres cosas respecto a lo que han planteado acá. En primer lugar, quiero señalar que cuando empezamos a participar los indígenas en el cambio climático, en las discusiones de cambio climático, en el año 2000 no había una sola palabra sobre pueblos indígenas. Nada. Y luego de aproximadamente 2006 años, 7 años, la primera vez que reconocen a los pueblos indígenas. Entonces, el tema indígena en las negociaciones empezó, digamos, en el 2007 con textos que ya se pudieron observar sobre pueblos indígenas. Y lo que yo veo ahora es que estamos hablando de el lenguaje sobre derechos de pueblos indígenas a partir del Acuerdo de París en varias líneas de negociación. Should I change to English? Okay, I'm going to change to English to facilitate. All right. So,
Not just for Albert, but go ahead.
okay. So I was saying that this is interesting for me, just as a background. Indigenous people issues has been recognized now in the climate conversations. I see that, but also based on the demand of indigenous peoples to have direct access some time ago, I recognized the CIF started with the conversation, the Climate Investment Fund, a conversation with indigenous peoples. I think it was by 2010 when they started having this conversation, and they created the first mechanism, you know, to create the dedicated grant mechanism for indigenous peoples and local communities. It's a mechanism that led indigenous leaders to lead a funding in every country, and then decide by themselves what they're going to do with this funding at the country level. And the beautiful thing on this is decided by themselves, by the communities. And the lesson is that, you know, in many countries we have seen that when indigenous peoples, they receive the money, they do things better and in shorter time. That doesn't mean that we don't need the governments. It's important to have the governments because we are talking about legislation, we are talking about the policy. It's important to work with them. It's important to work with the different mechanisms that they have funded in order to, you know, replicate or scale up the practices that we are having. And then finally is that what I see now, we are in the moment that, as everybody said, we are having different funding mechanisms. And we are talking about 20%, we are talking about the special window for indigenous peoples. So if we have lesson learned already, why we don't replicate that and we improve the initiative that we had, like the dedicated grant mechanism for indigenous peoples and local communities, where we have learned a lot from the communities. We can improve that. I was wondering with my colleagues, indigenous colleagues, actually last year in the last COP, we have several journalists saying that how much money do you need because we are working in the, you know, the global goal on finance. And they say, how much money do you need as indigenous peoples? We were like, well, it's a good question. It's a good question. And to find out,
I know how much I need.
You know how much you need? Okay, that's great. But
100 billion at least.
okay, 100 billion, that sounds good. But a colleague from Brazil told me once that, you know, when we heard about $6 million for a project with, you know, managed with indigenous people, said, wow, this is a dream. With $6 million, we can do, you know, many things. But once they started implementing the project, they felt like we need more money. So that's the thing. We need money more than what we had with the DGM. And I'm happy that we are talking about resilience. I'm happy that we are talking funding, you know, for adaptation. That's what we need. We need more money than we had so far. And they said after that dream, we have one lesson learned. We know how to manage now. So we can replicate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johnson. Yeah, we need more money, we need billion. Now, our last speaker here is Dr. Albel Barumi. Dr. Albel Barumi is the special rapporteur on the right of indigenous peoples. He's from the country that we call continent because he's from the DRC. So from all what you hear, and as the special rapporteurs, you are there to defend our right, to really defend from the member state, from the big institution, from everyone. What will be the best lesson that can come out from all this discussion and what we can use to really have the dream, as he said, to become a reality? Over to you, dear brother. And you can go in any language that you like.
Thank you, Hindu. It's really an honor to be here, and thank you to the minister for personally inviting me to this event. It's an honor. I just want to make two really short points. And the first one is about Africa. Excuse me to start by where I am from. As I am the first African Special Rapporteur on the right of indigenous peoples, and because of that, I really felt under the duty, and the duty that I carry, to try and help African states, stakeholders, to comprehend the concepts. Because indigenous peoples in Africa sometimes gets controversial. I had the privilege, before I became a special rapporteur, to work for the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And it is during my mandate that the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which is a body of the AU, African Union, I would call it Africanized the concept indigenous peoples. What it really means in the African context. And it means, in summary, two things, really. First, it does not mean a declaration of being first in Africa in exclusion of others. Absolutely no. And that's what makes it a difference in understanding with other regions. So the question is, who are they? Indigenous people, according to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, are very limited number of African communities, traditional communities, whose livelihood and way of life were seen as savage in the post-colonial Africa. We carried away in the post-colonial by considering them as a way that is a little bit savage and really disgusting. Mostly they are hunter-gatherers and nomadic pastoralism, which was seen as something that should not survive. So indigenous people, indeed, was conceptualized as a human right concept. And that's my conclusion on this, is it is not about indigenous peoples. If the dictionary meaning, every African can call himself or herself indigenous to the continent, but that is not the human right concept. The human right concept is indigenous peoples. And it was devised to correct that very specific human right violation, which demean livelihood and to a certain extent, physical human being. So scanning the continent with that from Tunis to Cape Town, from Somalia to Liberia, you can clearly see who these communities are. And let me not go into details because I've been here 3 minutes. There are few countries in Africa that have understood what I've just said, and because of that, they have taken specific laws, and I take this opportunity to thank the Minister of the Republic of Congo, who really led this whole trend. After Congo, we had DRC, and we are seeing more and more countries. I've just had my first official visit in Botswana, where I had a long discussion with government officials, and I think they are embracing the same logic. And I'm really glad to see the African Development Bank to start engaging on this, and anything we can do, we'll be more than happy. Second and last piece I want to say, not to abuse of Hindu's time, is that the right to funding for indigenous people is actually a right. And it's very specific. The reason is the right is money is an enabler of the right to self-determination. And it's for that reason that in the decolonization resolution, there was a resolution on political freedom and a resolution on resources. So the Declaration on the Right of Indigenous People should be read Article 3 in conjunction with Article 4, because Article 4 does indeed explicitly mention funding as a mean to achieve the right to self-determination. There are very, very few groups that enjoy that access to funding as a right. And that is really my response to Hindu's question, that unlike many other right holders under international law, the right to funding for indigenous people is a right because it's grounded as an enabler of the right to self-determination. I thank you, Madam, for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much. So now you know we have our advocate, and he can help us. So we have a gift for you, the speakers. So you can go take it. So for those who are not from Brazil, we have a gift from the Brazil for you. And for my sister, I have a special one. So as we open by prayer, we are going to close by prayer down while we are giving the gift. Sisters, you want to help us to close it? You want to help us to close it? Yes. All right. So by the time that she takes the gift, I would like to thank the SIF team. I would like to thank the African Development Bank that really helped us to co-host. I would like to thank all the AFPA team, those who are here or not here, people in Washington. Thank you so much for putting this event together. Thanks to interpreters, technicians. We really appreciate all of you.
Tupinambá de Olivença, em união na defesa da terra, com coração sobre a proteção, a voz a erguer para o futuro, a vida renascer. Assim eu vou, assim eu vou. Guardiã da floresta eu sou, assim eu vou, assim eu vou, assim eu sou. Tupinambá de Olivença eu sou, assim eu vou. A palma. Assim eu vou, assim eu vou. Guardiã da floresta eu sou, assim eu vou, assim eu vou, assim
Tupinambá de Olivença eu sou. Viva a mãe natureza!
Thank you so much. Have a very good day. See you in the next one. Okay, they want to have photo with you. Just go and do photo. Yeah, I can join.
discuss the issue. That's why we are going to reduce the time for your to take the floor. As all we know, we are here to discuss about the financing, and the finance is something that is needed when it comes for disaster management, when it comes for early warning, when it comes for recuperation. It's in this regard that I will call upon Ms. Rita from Mozambique to start by giving us what could be the vision from Mozambique. As I said, we are going to, because the panelists, they're speaking Portuguese, I'm going to ask them in Portuguese also. Poderia comentar como é que o seu país tem integrado o financiamento de gestão do risco de desastres nas políticas climáticas nacionais? Esta é uma pergunta que é direcionada a todos os países, tendo em conta que o objetivo aqui é partilha, troca de experiência entre nós, de maneiras a que possamos encontrar pontos comuns conducentes a resolver problemas ligados ao fraco financiamento. Sim, diretora Rita.
Boa tarde a todos. Muito obrigada pela oportunidade que nos dá de partilharmos aqui neste evento com Angola, com o Brasil, sobre aquilo que Moçambique está fazendo em termos de tanto da integração, da gestão do risco de desastres nas políticas tanto públicas. Dizer que o nosso país, talvez um refrescamento, nós somos dos países mais vulneráveis, temos tido recorrente ocorrência de ciclones, cheias, secas, mas também temos situações de epidemias e outros fenômenos de origem antropogênico. E por causa disso, e mesmo por causa dos impactos que nós temos tanto assistido, Moçambique esforça-se bastante em integrar a gestão do risco de desastres nos seus planos locais, nos seus planos setoriais, nas suas estratégias também a todos os níveis. E por causa disso, nós temos o nosso plano diretor de gestão do risco de desastres, que é um documento transversal, multissetorial, onde de forma muito clara está tanto patente aquilo que Moçambique tem que fazer para a redução do risco de desastres, também organizar-se para a gestão da emergência. Mas não é só este documento que nós temos. Por exemplo, quando estamos a falar da gestão da emergência, o país tem a tradição, e muito bem reconhecida a nível da África Austral, de elaboração dos planos de contingência anual, que também são multissetoriais e também são de elaboração a partir da base. Temos outras iniciativas como país, é a questão, por exemplo, da estratégia nacional de mudanças climáticas, que também está esta questão de gestão do risco de desastres. Há pouco tempo o país também aprovou a Estratégia Nacional de Financiamento Climático e está patente a questão da gestão tanto do risco de desastres. Então é um grande esforço que tem acontecido. Esses não são planos que só são aprovados, são planos que têm implementação, que têm linhas orçamentais, portanto, a nível do orçamento do Estado, que é aprovado anualmente. E muito obrigada, e a parar por aqui. Obrigada.
Obrigado mesmo por este resumo, face ao tempo que nós temos. Em 3 minutos conseguiu apresentar aqui aquilo que é o ponto. Vamos viajar um bocadinho para Angola. Da experiência de Moçambique é o mesmo que está a acontecer em Angola? Podia partilhar a experiência de Angola?
Um, dois. Tudo bem. Antes de mais, gostaria de agradecer o convite que me foi feito e também saudar meus colegas de painelista, Moçambique, também Brasil. Bem, relativamente à questão que coloca, o financiamento, bem, para Angola e como muitos países de África, o financiamento em gestão de riscos ainda é um desafio muito grande. Se tivermos em conta que a integração da gestão de riscos de desastres nos programas ou projetos de investimentos públicos ainda não é uma coisa efetiva em todos os países. Em Angola, felizmente, bons passos foram dados, de tal forma que hoje, como sabem, Angola enfrenta duas principais ameaças muito graves, como são os casos das inundações na parte centro-norte e a parte sul, as secas extremas. Nesta altura, o governo identificou alguns mecanismos financeiros que ajudam tanto na prevenção de risco como na resposta. Portanto, no âmbito da prevenção de risco, o Estado assumiu, quer por via de recurso a bancos e a financiamento, com projetos que visam apoiar todo o sistema de reconversão hídrica na parte sul do país. Ou seja, o país, Angola hoje, para fazer face à seca na parte sul, construiu canais de mais de 110 quilômetros de água para uma única província. Está a construir, só na província do Cunene, 2 outras barragens com investimento do Estado nessa matéria. A barragem do Ndu e Caculuval, ou seja, o Cunene, nos próximos 2 anos, o problema da seca hídrica não será mais um facto, senão haver seca meteorológica. Por outro lado, nas mesmas províncias do Namíbia e Cunene, tem identificado já fundo com o BFA de cerca de 60 milhões de dólares para construir 13 represas no Namíbia e na Huila. Ou seja, esta é para prevenção. De resposta, o governo de Angola disponibiliza mensalmente de um valor global de cerca de mais ou menos 3,5 milhões de dólares para atuar em situação de resposta programada. Mas em situação de emergência, ele disponibiliza fundo adicional para responder. Ou seja, apesar deste esforço, mas ainda entendemos que há maior investimento na resposta que na prevenção ou na redução de risco. De tal forma que, de 2005 a 2017, o governo de Angola gastou cerca de 3 mil milhões de dólares para responder à seca e inundações, tanto para atender 11 milhões e 100 pessoas em todo o país. Entretanto, hoje as necessidades de investimento são de 75 milhões para um caso de evento moderado e extremo, precisaríamos de mais ou menos 600 milhões de dólares para a recuperação. Então, consegue mais ou menos ter ideia de como é que nós estamos nesse ponto de vista. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado por essa síntese que nos fez aqui, também com 3 minutos, quer dizer, vamos já trabalhar com 3 minutos dos 5 que nós havíamos propostos. A mesma pergunta iria para o Brasil. Poderia comentar, sim, como é que o Brasil tem integrado o financiamento de gestão do risco de desastres nas políticas climáticas nacionais?
Muito obrigado pelo convite e gostaria também de sinalizar a importância da temática ser debatida efetivamente no processo com um viés associado ao financiamento, basicamente porque você tem um processo no Brasil associado à avaliação do risco dos investimentos. Desde a criação do Plano Nacional de Adaptação, que ocorre como um processo oriundo da primeira INDC, foi a Intended National Determined Contribution, ou a contribuição nacionalmente determinada pretendida, havia a necessidade de construção do Plano Nacional de Adaptação e também, efetivamente, do processo de criação do sistema que fosse incorporar as políticas públicas de adaptação dentro do sistema de financiamento. Esse exercício ele foi realizado em conjunto com o Ministério do Meio Ambiente, o Ministério de Integração e Desenvolvimento, e dentro do processo foi muito importante a construção do chamado desenvolvimento do arcabouço conceitual ligado ao Banco Central do Brasil, principalmente para que fossem definidos os critérios do que é considerado risco, o que é considerado impacto da mudança do clima e como esses processos deveriam ser incorporados na avaliação dos investimentos. O Brasil tem um processo de seguro agrícola bastante antigo e cerca de mais ou menos de 2 a 3 bilhões de reais são investidos de recursos governamentais por ano, o que seria o equivalente a cerca de 400 milhões de dólares, exatamente para o socorro daquilo que a gente chama de quebra de safra. Ou seja, são eventos climáticos extremos que ocorrem em regiões de produção agrícola, que durante o período da quebra de safra, o governo é chamado a intervir e auxiliar os produtores rurais que não têm a capacidade de financiamento, fazer o pagamento das dívidas associadas e, por conta disso, você tem uma carga do impacto fiscal muito efetivo desse programa, né? O governo brasileiro, a partir daí, então, fez um processo de capacitação amplo do setor que trabalha com o financiamento para que pudesse separar o que era, por exemplo, risco de implementação agrícola daquilo que de fato é impacto do evento climático extremo. E uma coisa bastante interessante que foi encontrada é que, às vezes, a distribuição de sementes melhoradas ocorria em regiões na qual o regime agronômico não era adequado às sementes melhoradas. Então, o que acabava acontecendo? Você aumentava a vulnerabilidade do agricultor com a intenção de melhorar a produtividade, mas aquelas sementes não estavam adequadas ao regime de chuva que tinha naquela região. Então, ela teria uma produtividade maior se ela estivesse sendo, por exemplo, irrigada, mas pelo fato dela estar sendo distribuída numa região onde não tinha irrigação e efetivamente aquelas sementes não teriam um melhor desempenho, você acabava tendo a quebra de safra. Por que isso é importante de sinalizar aqui? Porque um volume de cerca de 400 milhões de dólares todo ano estava sendo gasto em socorro aos agricultores pelo fato da análise técnica da definição do que era o risco e do que era a política pública tinha a ver com a implementação daquele processo. Então, a partir da renovação do Plano Clima, que é o Plano Nacional de Combate à Mudança do Clima, está sendo revisto e sendo reavaliado todos os programas dos 16 setores que compõem o Plano Nacional de Adaptação. Por conta disso, a expectativa é que daqui em diante a gente tenha melhores condições específicas desse financiamento. Por quê? O que a gente tem visto é, se efetivamente isso não for ajustado, regiões mais carentes do país, que têm menor disponibilidade de recursos, acabam sendo classificadas como regiões altamente vulneráveis, e aí as taxas de juros para a remuneração de investimentos naqueles locais acabam inviabilizando o desenvolvimento da região. Então, um ponto muito central aqui na discussão que eu queria ressaltar é isso. É muito importante para que as políticas públicas de combate à vulnerabilidade ou de aumento da resiliência devem estar associadas às condições das localidades, à capacidade adaptativa das regiões e trabalhar no processo de capacitação para que a gente não crie novos problemas para aqueles que já são os mais vulneráveis. Obrigado.
Obrigado. Bom, nós temos aqui Moçambique de novo, mas desta feita não para abordar como é que este financiamento é integrado, mas para nos dar aqui o posicionamento, o que é necessário para garantir que as comunidades vulneráveis tenham acesso direto ao financiamento para fortalecer a resiliência na qualidade de uma instituição. É um fundo que é usado para diferentes atividades. Queria partilhar com os dois países aqui.
Muito bem, muito obrigada. Primeiro, agradecer a oportunidade de integrar aquilo que é o trabalho do FNDES neste painel. Nós, como FNDES, temos uma missão específica de fomentar e financiar programas e projetos que promovam o desenvolvimento sustentável, harmonioso, inclusivo, com ênfase nas zonas rurais. Nós temos integrado dentro do nosso trabalho o financiamento a projetos de adaptação, projetos de mitigação e, ao mesmo tempo que geramos o desenvolvimento e melhoramos a qualidade de vida das comunidades. Então, é a partir da implementação destes projetos que nós fazemos chegar os recursos às comunidades. Desde 2016, que o FNDES foi criado, até então, nós mobilizamos cerca de 1,3 bilhões de dólares norte-americanos que foram usados, que estão a ser usados em projetos que, para além de desenvolver a nossa comunidade, também melhoram a nossa própria resposta à emergência como país. Por conta destas políticas, destes programas que foram referidos aqui, é mandatório que dentro do quadro de projetos do FNDES consideremos, a partir do que nós vamos implementar, nós trabalhamos com conservação da biodiversidade, trabalhamos com financiamento climático, com parcelamento de terras, com financiamento à agricultura. Portanto, são várias componentes que nós trabalhamos como FNDES, mas todas elas são focadas para as nossas comunidades rurais, que, tal como foi dito aqui, são elas que são altamente vulneráveis às mudanças climáticas. E são elas que são, portanto, o objeto da nossa intervenção quando nós temos desastres. A título de exemplo, o FNDES pôde intervir quando nós tivemos os recentes eventos climáticos extremos, como o Kenneth, o ciclone Kenneth, ciclone Idai, o Chido, o Filipo. Portanto, foram eventos extremos que afetaram as nossas comunidades, mas que, a partir do nosso trabalho, que já vínhamos implementado a partir destes projetos que nós temos, como o MOS Rural, o MOS Norte, o MOS Bio, está aqui o diretor da APA, que é uma das áreas na qual nós intervimos, mas não só. Norte, Centro e Sul do país, todos estes projetos têm em vista trabalhar com as comunidades, e é a partir daí que nós não só preparamos as comunidades para os problemas que podem existir, portanto, preparamos-las, empoderamos, fazemos a reparação de infraestruturas, tudo aquilo que é necessário para que as comunidades tenham melhores infraestruturas, mais resilientes, ao mesmo tempo que nas situações em que nós precisamos de responder à emergência, os nossos próprios projetos também consideram a própria resposta à emergência, e a partir daí nós, como FNDES, garantimos que as comunidades têm acesso direto ao financiamento. Eu estou acompanhada de colegas também do FNDES, tanto a diretora de programas e projetos, quanto os nossos colegas do nosso MRV, que é o nosso sistema de monitoria e resposta, que também podem partilhar um pouquinho daquilo que é a nossa experiência, principalmente nesta componente de resposta.
Obrigado. Bom, na devida altura poderemos partilhar este para mais subsídios. Comandante Tiago. Edson, comandante Edson, sim. Contra factos não há argumentos, os eventos estão a acontecer, os estragos estão a acontecer e para recuperar tudo isto precisamos de financiamento. Contudo, este financiamento não aparece. A questão é, quais são as maiores barreiras que pode partilhar aqui, que acontecem em Angola, barreiras que enfrentam para mobilizar recursos, recursos destinados à prevenção, recursos destinados não apenas à resposta aos desastres, mas recursos que é para criar resiliência. Qual é a experiência de Angola? Peço o microfone aí.
Bem, relativamente à questão da recuperação, felizmente temos muito boas experiências para passar, para partilhar aqui. Onde se lembrar que nós, a partir de 2005, começamos a enfrentar inundações muito fortes em diversas províncias. De igual modo, a partir de 2010, 11, tivemos registros elevados de seca em toda a parte sul do país. Nesta altura, e como o governo terá entendido que grande parte da população vulnerável estavam em bairros informais, então desenvolveu, por via de um financiamento do banco chinês, do governo da China, assim chamando, e por via da CETIC, que é China International Fund, desenvolveu-se várias centralidades habitacionais. Ou seja, só em Luanda conseguiu-se construir 4 centralidades, ou seja, fogos habitacionais, com pelo menos mais de 30.000 apartamentos, entre os quais metade deles para níveis sociais. Isto ocorreu nas províncias também nas províncias da Lunda Sul, Lunda Norte, Kwanza Sul, ou seja, mais ou menos das 21 províncias, pelo menos 6 a 7 províncias beneficiaram desse projeto. Isto serviu para albergar as populações que viviam em zonas de risco para as novas zonas. Todavia, não resolveu de todo o problema, porque o universo de necessidade é superior ao investimento mobilizado. Mas o esforço continua, quer por via de financiamento bancário, e como também por via de um projeto denominado Projeto de Autoconstrução Dirigida, que é dirigida pelo Ministério da Habitação e Construção. Na mesma senda decorre com o Banco Mundial um projeto de financiamento denominado SONA, que visa a requalificação e reconversão de 3 províncias do país, cidades de 3 províncias do país. Portanto, o governo identificou este mecanismo de financiamento para o efeito, já estão em curso. Nesta altura, a província da Huila, de Benguela e Uambo estão por via de um projeto com o Banco Mundial financiado, com o projeto SONA. Por outro lado, por via também de fundos da China, decorre no Uambo, Kwanza Sul e Lunda Sul, projeto de construção de novos fogos habitacionais para realojar a população afetada. Portanto, é este quadro que nós apresentamos mais ou menos em Angola, do ponto de vista que o governo tem vindo a fazer na fase para a recuperação ou repor a situação das vítimas que têm sido afetadas por esses eventos que aqui frisei. Obrigado.
Ok, obrigado. Mas encontram alguma dificuldade, porque o que apresentou é mais facilidade de encontrar. Tem alguma dificuldade para mobilizar fundos? Ou é só escorregar, ir buscar os dinheiros, trazer?
Boa pergunta. Não. As dificuldades são imensas. A forma como coloquei era para dizer que temos iniciativas muito boas a ocorrer. Mas temos desafios muito grandes. Por quê? Porque a inserção da redução de desastre nos projetos de investimento público ou nas políticas públicas por via do plano de desenvolvimento é muito recente para Angola. Assim, como colocado. E daí o desafio.
Ok, está certo. Brasil. Qual é a experiência que pode partilhar com os outros países aqui? As barreiras para ir buscar financiamento para a área de aviso prévio.
Assim. Bom, eu vou falar uma coisa que pode, às vezes, soar um pouco polêmico, mas é bom da gente encarar a realidade do que a gente tapar o sol com a peneira, como a gente fala aqui no Brasil. A nossa principal dificuldade quando a gente trabalha a tentativa de conseguir financiamento externo para a área de adaptação é porque os parceiros externos, eles não veem muito a valor agregado pelo fato dos benefícios associados à redução dos impactos da mudança do clima serem locais. E, infelizmente, a solidariedade e a cooperação internacional não é tão grande quanto já foi, em termos, inclusive, do processo geopolítico que nós estamos enfrentando hoje em dia. O que eu quero dizer com relação a isso? É muito mais difícil conseguir recursos externos na área de adaptação do que na área de mitigação. Tá? Então, por conta disso, nós tivemos que fazer uma série de reavaliações, porque a redução da vulnerabilidade ela está intrinsecamente ligada ao processo de desenvolvimento nacional e local. E um exemplo muito interessante que eu gostaria de partilhar com vocês aqui foi o plano distrital de adaptação da cidade de Brasília, que é o Distrito Federal. No Brasil, nós chamamos de estados, as províncias, né? Moçambique é província, no Brasil nós chamamos de estado. E o distrito, nós só temos um distrito federal, que é onde fica a capital. Então, foi o plano de adaptação desse distrito. Foi identificado que todos os anos, nos últimos 40 anos, 19 locais da cidade, no período chuvoso, Brasília só tem 2 estações, a chuvosa e a seca, né? Em vários dos nossos países essa é a realidade, né? Não tem 4 estações, primavera e tal, não. Se fala que tem, mas efetivamente são 2. Tá? E o que acabava acontecendo? No período da chuva era chuva demais, no período da seca era seca demais. Então faltava água no período da seca e sobrava água no período da chuva. Né? O que acabou acontecendo? Esses 18 pontos, eles criavam processos de alagamento que geravam perdas econômicas regulares, de perdas de casas, perdas de equipamentos públicos e também de carros. Né? No último evento climático extremo, antes de ser começada a implantação especificamente desse plano, só para vocês terem uma ideia, somente numa região de menos de 3 quilômetros foram perdidos mais de 40 carros. O impacto econômico disso para a população, sem contar todas as casas que foram perdidas. Né? Eu falo o número de carros, porque aí dá para vocês terem uma ideia do valor do investimento perdido, ou seja, deu perda total em 40 carros.
Aí, mas a busca do financiamento...
E aí, como é que foi
simples?
feito, como é que foi feito o processo para que a gente pudesse fazer esse financiamento? Foi feito um processo na qual a construção da obra necessária para que a drenagem fosse feita, para que essa população pudesse ser atendida, foi associada à construção de um parque distrital. E o que aconteceu com isso? Foi identificado que qualquer pessoa que mora num ambiente urbano adoraria viver de frente a um parque. E aí tem vista permanente, vista para a natureza, sabe que você, da janela da sua casa, você não vai perder aquela vista mais, a vista definitiva. E aí o que aconteceu? Nós identificamos que, ao fazer o parque, aumentava o valor do metro quadrado dessas casas em 30%. Por conta disso, o imposto territorial que essas casas pagam ao governo também aumenta 30%. O que aconteceu? O governo tinha um pequeno espaço na esquina da onde seria esse novo parque, que ia fazer a recauda, né, a coleta, a recolha dessa água e transformar num espelho d'água. Pelo simples fato de ser avisado ao mercado imobiliário que teria um parque ali em frente, o valor desse terreno multiplicou por 10. E foi possível ser feito toda a obra de adaptação sem que você tivesse o gasto de sequer R$1 do governo, porque foi feita a venda desse lote de esquina para o setor privado, o valor arrecadado com essa venda bancou o impacto positivo em mais de 40 habitações associadas. Então, ou seja,
Doutor
não precisou
Tiago,
que a gente...
Sim,
para encerrar. O que nos mostrou é que o financiamento da adaptação, ele faz muito mais sentido quando ele é um financiamento que você pega aqueles que têm posses locais e aumenta o valor de mercado daqueles que têm posses locais para fazer infraestrutura para aqueles que não têm. Foi só para você encerrar aqui, esse investimento foi um investimento total de $20 milhões, pelo fato da gente ter conseguido fazer a venda do terreno, pelo fato de criar o parque. Obrigado.
Então, é difícil procurar financiamento, definitivamente. Bom, faltam-nos 2 minutos para 16 horas, nós temos que terminar isso às 16. O próximo começa às 16h15, não sei se levamos mais 5 minutos dos outros, mas para terminar, Moçambique, é difícil ir buscar financiamento?
Bom, aqui iria fazer duas abordagens. No nosso país, tem uma linha de financiamento que é um pouco mais apetecível, digamos assim, para aqueles que nos apoiam, que é para a resposta à emergência. E isso ficou um pouco mais fácil porque o país também organizou-se. Nós temos o nosso plano de contingência e, por via disso, foi criado um fundo de gestão de calamidades. E que o governo anualmente faz uma comparticipação, portanto por um decreto que 0,142% do seu orçamento, portanto do orçamento de tesouraria, assim digamos, passa para este fundo de gestão do risco de desastres. E todas aquelas doações que nós recebemos, todos os apoios monetários que nós recebemos são canalizados para este fundo de gestão de calamidades. Temos seguros que estão a decorrer, tanto que estão a ocorrer neste momento, um seguro para seca, outro para ciclones e para cheias. E também, sempre que temos eventos ocorridos, tanto esses seguros são seguros climáticos e são ativados, o valor vai para este fundo. Então, aí fica um pouco mais fácil controlar estas angariações e também a gestão deste fundo. Agora, para o caso do orçamento para a prevenção, aí realmente devo concordar aqui com os outros países que fica um pouco difícil, porque não há um programa específico. A questão da redução do risco de desastres, ela tem que ser integrada nos outros planos setoriais. Então, isso significa que não existe um fundo específico para a prevenção. Ela tem que, sim, ocorrer dentro dos setores, e esta mobilização de recursos também tem que acontecer em cada um dos setores para a implementação dessas ações. Mas a advocacia, que é a nossa tarefa como INGD, para que isso aconteça, nós estamos a fazer e penso que, bom, não diria que é fácil, é um caminho que temos que percorrer. Obrigada.
Obrigado. Só para terminar, já nos deram ali sinal que temos que fechar. Doutora Nilza, as oportunidades para envolver o setor privado nos investimentos em resiliência climática e infraestrutura, da sua visão, existem?
penso que existem sim, naturalmente as dinâmicas elas vão evoluindo ao longo dos tempos. Hoje, nós quando falamos de financiamento ou desenvolvimento, não podemos falar sem falar do envolvimento do setor privado, porque eles é que fazem também a promoção do desenvolvimento. Então, existem essas oportunidades. Existe uma oportunidade que é o Green Climate Fund, que é um fundo de financiamento climático que promove, que impulsiona muito a que as entidades tenham também em consideração a participação do setor privado nesta componente toda, nesta cadeia toda. Então, eu acredito que existem oportunidades, sim. Naturalmente que o financiamento fica cada vez mais escasso, não é? O mundo tem várias dinâmicas, mas eu acredito que para o caso de Moçambique, agora que estamos a consolidar, não só em termos de políticas públicas, mas também em termos de arranjo institucional, eu penso que nós temos cada vez mais oportunidade e espaço para ter financiamento. Muito obrigada.
Obrigado. Obrigado ao painel. Infelizmente tivemos pouco tempo, mas acho que os contactos estão lá para futuras... agora já vê a tecnologia, já faz a tradução. Então, queria convidar aos participantes aqui para que pudéssemos dar uma salva de palmas a este painel e terminamos por aqui.
Maya, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Mamadou Barry, pour la parole. Donc, comme tu le disais, je m'appelle Raissa Ouria, je suis la coordinatrice du réseau CAFER. CAFER, c'est la coalition de l'Afrique francophone pour la promotion des énergies renouvelables. Donc, nous sommes une coalition qui a vu le jour en 2022, disons il y a de cela 2 ou 3 ans de cela, suite à plusieurs inquiétudes que nous avons dénoncées ou vues au sein de nos travaux respectifs en tant que société civile et francophone, notamment le fait qu'en termes d'énergie renouvelable, nous avons des opportunités en Afrique francophone que nous n'utilisons pas. Il y a des politiques qui existent et qui n'existent pas dans certains pays pour permettre la promotion des énergies renouvelables. Et également au niveau international, il y a certains gaps que nous avons relevés, notamment à la COP où l'espace francophone où les pays francophones ne sont pas suffisamment impliqués dans les négociations. Donc on s'est dit qu'il fallait unir nos forces en tant que société civile qui milite pour la promotion des énergies renouvelables, unir nos forces en termes de coalition afin de porter haut nos voix, nos défis pour permettre à ce que l'Afrique francophone aujourd'hui puisse avoir une voix assez haute et se faire entendre au sein des institutions. Donc, actuellement, nous avons au sein 28 organisations de la société civile présentes dans 18 pays d'Afrique francophone, Sénégal, que ce soit Afrique de l'Ouest, Sénégal, Togo, Bénin, Burkina Faso. Il y a également Afrique centrale, Cameroun, Congo. Il y a le Madagascar. Il y a également le Maghreb. Il y a le Maroc, la Tunisie. Donc c'est quand même une coalition assez diversifiée qui essaie de rassembler tous les pays francophones dans ce réseau afin de pouvoir militer ensemble. Donc, Barry, de façon résumée, voici un peu qu'à faire.
Voilà, merci.
Oui.
Merci Maya. Donc, merci de cette belle présentation. Je disais que c'est elle la coordinatrice du réseau CAFER qui est en train de faire un excellent travail dans le domaine des énergies renouvelables. Je voudrais par la même occasion également la féliciter pour le travail qu'elle abat dans le cadre de ce réseau et vraiment dire qu'elle a consenti beaucoup d'efforts pour hisser le réseau là où il est. Donc je voudrais vraiment le féliciter pour ce travail hautement important. Alors, elle l'a dit, hein, je pense qu'on ne reviendrait pas sur les motivations principales de la création du réseau. Ce qu'on peut retenir simplement, c'est le but, l'objectif qui est attaché à ces réseaux. Nous voulons parler le même langage en parlant de pays Afrique francophone, vraiment sur le volet énergie renouvelable. Parce que le constat qui a été fait, c'est que justement, c'est un débat qui était beaucoup plus porté par les pays anglophones et qu'en revenant pour les pays francophones, on voyait que c'était un débat un peu quand même qui concernait de façon individuelle les pays. Nous avons voulu véritablement catalyser tout ça pour essayer de voir comment l'Afrique, comment les pays d'Afrique francophone, en parlant des énergies renouvelables, peuvent effectivement avoir cette même posture, peuvent avoir effectivement le même langage et donc essayer aussi de voir comment renforcer le gap qu'il y a dans cette région d'Afrique francophone. Donc voilà le réseau et vraiment il faut le noter. Le projet qu'il a mis en œuvre pendant ces deux dernières années a permis non seulement de mieux préparer les acteurs, mais également aussi de mieux connaître les situations dans les différentes régions, telles que la région d'Afrique du Nord, la région centrale, de l'Afrique centrale et l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Donc aujourd'hui, nous connaissons de façon très précise les situations qui prévalent dans ces régions et on est en train de travailler sur une stratégie qui va consister véritablement à renforcer et encourager la transition énergétique. Parce que C'est de ça qu'il s'agit. On parle des transitions, mais la transition énergétique pour nous reste fondamentale. Et donc, on ne peut pas amorcer cette transition énergétique si, effectivement, cette situation de référence n'est pas faite. Et le réseau, à travers le projet, a bien reçu cette situation de référence et ça nous a permis aujourd'hui de réfléchir sur une stratégie qui va véritablement nous aider à véritablement aller vers cette transition juste, équitable et inclusive que toute l'Afrique attend. Alors, je vais remettre la parole à Esso, qui, comme je l'ai dit, c'est un consultant, c'est un expert aussi qui a beaucoup travaillé sur le projet et qui va un peu revenir sur déjà son intervention et puis sur certains aspects liés effectivement aux énergies renouvelables. Esso, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur Mamadou Barry, et bonjour à tout le monde. C'est pour moi un plaisir d'intervenir sur ce panel lors de la COP pour parler un peu des études qui ont été réalisées dans le cadre du récent projet financé par ACF, c'est ça, African Climate Foundation. Et j'ai été coopté pour travailler dans 4 pays, donc le Togo, le Mali, le Niger et la Guinée-Conakry. Et mon étude consistait à faire l'analyse politique dans la promotion et l'adaptation des énergies renouvelables. Donc, je vais rapidement faire le résumé de l'étude qui a été réalisée dans ces 4 pays. Donc, comme je le disais, l'objectif de l'analyse consistait à faire l'étude des politiques et les réalisations en matière d'énergie renouvelable dans ces 4 pays que j'ai cités, à identifier les obstacles et les opportunités au déploiement des énergies renouvelables dans ces pays, et ensuite à formuler des recommandations pour promouvoir une transition énergétique équitable et durable, et proposer également des stratégies pour mobiliser des financements innovants et renforcer la coopération régionale. Donc, c'était un peu ça l'objectif dédié pour cette étude. Et comme je le disais, nous avons fait juste l'aperçu. Pour commencer, on a fait l'aperçu des CDN et les engagements en matière d'énergie renouvelable dans ces 4 pays. Donc, en résumé, si on prend les pays un à un, on peut dire que le Togo, dans ses objectifs selon les CDN, envisageait 3000 milliwatts en 2030 comme objectif, dont 30% d'énergie renouvelable dans le mix énergétique d'ici 2030. Pour le Mali, c'était estimé à 2000. Pour le Niger, également à 2000. Mais pour la Guinée, l'estimation était à 1500 mégawatts. Ça, c'est les informations qui sont mises dans les CDN de ces 4 pays. Maintenant, l'état actuel, puisqu'en fait, il faut maintenant faire des études pour voir actuellement quelle est la réalité sur le terrain. Et après les revues documentaires, nous avons vu que pour le Togo, par exemple, sur les 3000 qui sont envisagés d'ici 2030, actuellement on est en 2025, et nous sommes à 2250 plutôt. Donc vous voyez un peu la différence, 3000 et on est à 250 mégawatts réalisés jusqu'à ce jour. Pour le Mali, c'est 150 mégawatts réalisés jusqu'à ce jour. Pour le Niger également pareil. Et pour la Guinée, 100 mégawatts. Donc vous comprenez un peu que les pays en Afrique francophone ont quand même la vision de pouvoir faire des réalisations dans le but de promouvoir les énergies renouvelables. Mais on se dit peut-être qu'il y a des obstacles. Et ces obstacles ne les permettent pas de pouvoir atteindre l'objectif visé selon leur CDN, selon les ODD. Donc ces obstacles sont d'ordre technique, social, législatif et financier d'après les enquêtes, les consultations qu'on a eu à faire avec les différents acteurs dans ces pays. Donc quand nous parlons d'obstacles techniques, c'est que le réseau déjà énergétique est obsolète. On est tous d'accord. donc ce qui limite l'intégration de nouvelles technologies renouvelables. Il y a également la dépendance excessive aux importations pour les équipements solaires, éoliennes, etc. Parce qu'on ne produit pas ces équipements en Afrique, on les exporte d'autres pays. Non seulement ça nous coûte très cher, mais pour pouvoir rentrer dans le pays, il faut également payer des taxes qui reviennent énormément chères. Il y a également l'augmentation des coûts et les délais de mise en œuvre. On n'a pas vraiment de la compétence au niveau national, surtout dans les pays francophones. Et donc, du coup, non seulement la consultation coûte très cher, mais la mise en œuvre également des projets coûte extrêmement cher. Il y a également le manque de capacité locale pour la maintenance et l'exploitation de nouvelles installations. Par le passé, il y a des pays qui ont fait quand même l'effort de faire quelques réalisations en énergie renouvelable, mais par manque de maintenance, on a vu que c'était devenu de l'argent jeté par la fenêtre. Donc maintenant, pour que les États se mettent à fond dans les énergies, ils veulent se rassurer qu'il y a vraiment de la compétence au niveau local pour pouvoir faire la maintenance à long terme, pour ne pas gaspiller les dépenses qui ont été allouées pour la réalisation de ces travaux. Ça, c'était les obstacles d'ordre technique. Les obstacles d'ordre social, nous avons l'acceptation limitée même du projet énergétique par les communautés au niveau local. Chez moi, par exemple, nous utilisons beaucoup plus le bois énergie. Donc, c'est un peu magique pour certaines communautés d'utiliser le soleil pour pouvoir avoir de l'électricité. Donc, il y a une certaine réticence en termes d'acceptation même de la technologie dans nos communautés. Donc, ce qui nécessite des efforts accrus dans la sensibilisation, les consultations, etc. Il y a également insuffisance des programmes de sensibilisation pour démontrer les avantages du renouvelable, des énergies renouvelables. Donc le manque de programmes de formation spécialisés pour développer les compétences locales dans le secteur des énergies renouvelables. Nous avons également les obstacles d'ordre législatif, vous l'avez déjà dit dans votre introduction. Le cadre même législatif, réglementaire et des dispositifs institutionnels et financiers du secteur énergétique. On n'en a pas dans nos pays. C'est quasiment pas existant dans nos pays. Donc du coup, pour pouvoir faire de gros projets dans le domaine des énergies renouvelables, ça pose beaucoup de problèmes. Donc il faut vraiment avoir ce cadre législatif qui facilite la réalisation des projets, de gros projets dans le domaine des énergies renouvelables. Il y a également la faible compétitivité de l'environnement des affaires, peu attractive pour l'investissement et des opérateurs privés. C'est vrai qu'au Togo, par exemple, quand nous avons fait l'étude, on a vu que le Togo fait beaucoup d'efforts dans ce sens. Mais par contre, pour les 3 autres pays, ce n'est pas encore ça. Donc, il faut vraiment le mettre en œuvre pour faciliter les investisseurs, les bailleurs privés pour pouvoir investir dans ce domaine des énergies renouvelables. Il y a les contraintes de la nature législative et financière auxquelles sont sujets des actions des opérateurs privés. Et enfin, il y a les obstacles financiers que nous savons tous ensemble. Nous n'avons pas les ressources suffisantes pour pouvoir faire de gros projets. Ici à la COP, j'ai vu qu'il y a quand même un partenaire canadien qui est prêt à mettre beaucoup d'argent dans des projets d'énergie renouvelable en Afrique francophone. Mais ça ne serait pas de l'argent donné gratuitement, ça serait des prêts à faible taux d'intérêt. Donc actuellement, avec ce bailleur-là, on est en train de voir si certains pays de l'Afrique francophone peuvent aller vers là pour pouvoir réaliser des projets d'énergie renouvelable dans leur pays. Donc voilà un peu les obstacles auxquels nous avons fait face, ou bien les 4 pays font face pour la mise en œuvre de gros projets dans le domaine des énergies renouvelables. En termes de recommandations, il y a 5 points qu'il faut noter. Il y a l'harmonisation des cadres politiques pour faciliter les investissements dans ces pays. Il y a le développement des projets régionaux parce que pour certains pays, il n'y a pas d'espace pour installer de gros projets d'énergie renouvelable. Donc, on peut avoir un partenariat avec d'autres pays, installer des centrales solaires, éoliennes et puis pouvoir l'exporter, c'est-à-dire pas en termes d'utilisation dans d'autres pays. C'est un peu comme le cadre de l'hydroélectricité ou le Togo prend de l'électricité au Nigeria et au Bénin. Il y a également le renforcement des institutions locales pour pouvoir assurer la maintenance à long terme de ces équipements qui seront installés. Il y a l'approche inclusive également qu'il faut prendre en compte dans ces projets. Et il y a la mobilisation des fonds. Donc, former quand même des gens qui sont capables, comme par exemple lors de ces COP, qui viennent, qui voient des partenaires, qui mobilisent des ressources pour pouvoir réaliser des projets. Donc, de façon résumée, voilà un peu ce que reflètent les résultats de cette étude que nous avons fait dans le cadre du projet du café. Merci.
Voilà, merci Osso. Franchement, ça a été une très belle présentation. Et comme je le disais tout à l'heure, c'est quand même une occasion, en tout cas que le projet nous a offert, pour faire la situation dans ces pays. Lui, il a travaillé sur 4 pays. Et ce qu'il faut vraiment retenir, c'est que justement, on voit que dans les CDN 3.0 de ces pays, on voit une ambition affichée. Tous ces pays ont une ambition vraiment affichée. Mais la réalité est tout autre. Ça veut dire que c'est très loin justement de la réalité. Et c'est là qu'il faudra vraiment faire des efforts. Mais ce qu'il faut aussi noter, c'est que justement, il y a des contraintes, il l'a soulevé, il y a beaucoup de difficultés, maintenant, vraiment qui empêchent que certains projets puissent se réaliser dans ces pays. Ça veut dire qu'il y a plein de choses qui peuvent être faites sur les questions énergie renouvelable, mais malheureusement, ces pays sont confrontés à des problèmes surtout techniques. Et donc, c'est des problèmes, malheureusement, qui sont là, qui nous suivent. Parce que la plupart des matériaux est importés, soit de la Chine et d'autres pays. Et malheureusement, il n'y a pas vraiment cette volonté de mettre en place des unités de production. Et donc, du coup, ça crée une situation qui fait que même cette viabilité qui est recherchée, cette efficacité qui est recherchée malheureusement, n'arrive pas. Donc, il faut d'abord s'attaquer aux contraintes, il l'a dit. Il faut vraiment s'attaquer à ces difficultés pour pouvoir peut-être un peu renverser la tendance. Mais il n'y a pas que ces aspects techniques qui constituent le goulot d'étranglement, mais il y a également les aspects réglementaires. Et ça, il faut le dire, parce que beaucoup de pays aujourd'hui n'ont pas une réglementation favorable justement à ce développement des énergies renouvelables, à la promotion des énergies renouvelables. Beaucoup de pays, malheureusement, ne disposent pas de réglementation qui puisse favoriser cela. Donc, c'est également un travail à faire au niveau des pays, essayer de voir comment véritablement aller dans le sens d'améliorer justement ces systèmes, ces réglementations. Donc, je pense que c'est une étude qui a été réalisée, comme je l'ai dit, en Afrique centrale, en Afrique du Nord et en Afrique de l'Ouest, mais c'est une étude véritablement qui a permis de connaître la situation de référence de ces pays. Maintenant, évidemment, partant de cette situation de référence, un travail est en train d'être fait. Il l'a dit. Parce que justement, c'était ça aussi l'objectif. On ne peut pas commencer un travail sans pour auparavant mettre le doigt sur justement la situation de référence de ces différents pays, mais également de ces différentes régions. Maintenant que cette situation elle est faite, un travail est en train d'être fait pour que justement, à l'arrivée, que l'Afrique, particulièrement les pays d'Afrique francophone, puissent parler le même langage. Parce qu'il faut justement, en termes de taxes, qu'il y ait une harmonisation. On ne peut pas aller, par exemple, au Sénégal, voir que les taxes ont été exonérées, pendant que dans d'autres pays africains, ces taxes aussi sont toujours maintenues et même pas plus élevées, et encore beaucoup plus élevées. Il faut qu'il y ait justement cette discussion, il faut qu'il y ait cette volonté politique pour arriver véritablement à peut-être vraiment favoriser justement ce développement des énergies renouvelables. Donc, merci ESSO donc, pour tout le travail qui a été fait. C'est une étude vraiment qui a beaucoup contribué à quand même réfléchir sur la stratégie à donner pour justement la suite des projets. Alors, Maya, est-ce que vous avez quelque chose un peu à ajouter?
Non, c'est juste pour réitérer tout ce que vous avez dit par rapport à la promotion des énergies en Afrique francophone. Donc, il y a un long chemin à faire et je pense que la coalition que nous avons réussi à mettre en place depuis 2 ou 3 ans aujourd'hui peut contribuer véritablement réussir à mobiliser les fonds qu'il faut et à toucher du doigt le défi important et trouver la solution nécessaire pour pouvoir promouvoir ces énergies-là en Afrique francophone. Et je veux également dire qu'il y a d'autres travaux de recherche qui ont été faits. Ce n'est pas seulement en Afrique de l'Ouest, il y a le Maghreb, l'Afrique centrale aussi qui a été touché du doigt dans les travaux de recherche. Donc, je ne sais pas si on pourra, si la technique pourra nous permettre de donner la parole à ceux qui sont en ligne, de pouvoir dire un mot sur les travaux qui ont été faits en quelques minutes pour que les participants ici puissent voir un peu la grandeur de ce que nous avons pu réaliser tout au long de ce projet-là. Je ne sais pas si vous nous recevez, donc je te repasse la parole.
Docteur Nadia Emeti, est-ce que vous êtes en ligne? Est-ce que vous nous recevez? Docteur Nadia? On ne vous entend pas, docteur Nadia. Je rappelle que c'est elle qui a assuré la coordination des travaux de recherche dans le Maghreb. Donc, oui, Nadia, ça ne vient pas, c'est le son. Alors, tu nous reçois, Nadia, mais sauf que nous, on ne vous entend pas, Nadia. Alors, est-ce qu'on ne voit pas avec la technique? Nadia, un instant, on voit avec la technique pour voir. Donc voilà, je pense que, voilà Nadia, comme je le disais, vraiment elle a beaucoup travaillé sur les travaux de recherche pour ce qui concerne déjà les énergies renouvelables, notamment dans la région du Maghreb. Donc, elle va véritablement nous partager son expérience et déjà les constatations qu'elle a eu à faire. Et ça permettrait vraiment de voir les perspectives qui nous attendent. Nadia, est-ce que ça passe? Nadia, vous continuez, parlez encore. Certainement, ça va. Ils sont en train de... Oh là là.
Bon.
Donc, malheureusement, on risque de ne pas... Alors, Nadia, elle est déjà en place. Il y a les autres experts qui ont travaillé sur le projet, qui sont en ligne, qui auraient bien voulu partager déjà le travail qu'ils ont fait dans le cadre du projet. Et vraiment, le cas du Maghreb est tellement intéressant. C'est pourquoi nous avons voulu commencer par Nadia. Mais là, malheureusement, on est pratiquement... on a des difficultés techniques qui font que, même si elle nous entend, nous, on n'arrive pas à l'entendre. Maintenant, je ne sais pas quelle est la solution. Bon, il y a les techniciens qui sont en train de...
Je propose qu'elle puisse peut-être montrer sa présentation.
Non, mais si elle montre et elle ne parle pas.
Elle ne parle pas, ça ne va pas le faire.
Si elle n'entend. Alors, bon, voilà, Nadia, je sais que vraiment, tu avais envie de partager. Mais là, on a vraiment un souci technique. Ça veut dire qu'on ne peut rien faire. Voilà, donc, malheureusement, bon, je ne sais pas si on peut essayer avec Moustapha, en attendant de revenir vers toi. Moustapha, est-ce que vous pouvez ouvrir votre micro? Allô, Moustapha? Vous nous entendez? Vous avez bloqué votre micro. Allô? Bon. C'est général, hein? Ouais, ça ne va pas. Bon, on fait comment alors? Donc, oui, Maya, Madame la coordinatrice, qu'est-ce que vous nous suggérez?
Eh bien, bon, je pense qu'on va improviser, hein. On n'a pas le choix.
Oui, voilà le risque de miser sur les intervenants en ligne. Alors, si la technique ne passe pas, ça pose problème. Mais bon, on a heureusement notre expert ESSO qui a fait une très belle présentation. Alors, je ne sais pas si est-ce qu'on va certainement demander à ceux qui sont là s'ils ont peut-être quelque chose à ajouter ou bien des questions à demander par rapport surtout à la présentation de ESSO, qui a travaillé vraiment sur le projet et qui a travaillé sur les 4 pays, notamment le Togo, le Mali, Burkina Faso et Bénin. Donc, je voudrais vous remettre la parole à qui voudrait la prendre.
Merci. Moussa, le chairman, votre nom que je cherchais. Non. Mamadou Bari, merci pour la parole. Félicitations pour cette étude vraiment qui a révélé, surtout sur les recommandations que j'ai beaucoup appréciées. Mais ce qu'il fallait faire, il faut tenir compte de la réalité des pays. Donc, dans certains pays, c'est un peu culturel. Donc, quand vous voyez la femme aller chercher le roi, s'il n'a pas mangé la pâte qui est préparée avec le bois, il n'est pas satisfait. Donc, ça aussi, ça fait qu'il y a des obstacles qui font qu'on n'arrive pas à adopter les bonnes pratiques en matière des énergies renouvelables. Donc, je recommande aussi que dans la civilisation, à ce niveau-là, et pour qu'on prenne en compte les réalités des pays, surtout les réalités culturelles. Merci.
Bonjour, moi c'est Nassour Saleh, je suis du Tchad. Je suis directeur des ressources en eau au ministère de l'eau et de l'énergie. Et merci beaucoup pour la présentation. C'est une très très belle présentation et j'ai vraiment aimé. Et ce qui m'a vraiment attiré, c'est comment financer les projets dans le domaine de l'énergie renouvelable. Chez nous au Tchad, généralement ce sont des projets de l'État, mais c'est rare de trouver des projets financés par des bailleurs, etc. Donc quand vous avez parlé du Canada, il y a un expert du Canada qui est prêt vraiment pour financer ce genre de projets et je suis vraiment intéressé. Et donc malheureusement maintenant le représentant de l'énergie n'est pas là, mais je suis vraiment intéressé et je voulais vraiment avoir les contacts de cette personne-là. Et sinon, pour ce qui concerne l'énergie renouvelable, est-ce que dans le domaine du privé, est-ce que le privé peut vraiment avoir financement pour ce genre de projet? Merci.
Voilà, merci. Qui d'autre voudrait prendre la parole? Je vois Madame Fatima Danton. Je pense que là, on va lui donner directement le micro. Hein? Non. On va lui donner directement le micro. Et maintenant, tu vois? Oui, mais vous allez répondre. Je lui donne juste le micro.
Allô, vous m'entendez là-bas?
Cette invitation de prendre la parole. J'ai écouté, mais en même temps, j'étais un peu distraite parce qu'il y a eu beaucoup de choses qui se passent autour. Mais je pense que le sujet est très intéressant et il faut vraiment regarder tous les défauts d'une façon compréhensive, comme vous êtes en train de le faire, enfin tous les défis plutôt. Moi, je dis toujours que ce que nous sommes en train de voir en Afrique me paraît comme une sorte de révolution. Parce qu'il y a beaucoup de pays qui travaillent vraiment sur cette trajectoire des énergies renouvelables. Nous avons des documents essentiels qui nous appuient par rapport à cette trajectoire. Des pays comme le Cap-Vert, le Sénégal, en Afrique de l'Ouest, la Mauritanie, on voit des avancées et je pense que c'est encourageant. Maintenant, au niveau de déployer les énergies renouvelables à l'échelle qu'on voudrait, on est un peu loin. Et je pense qu'il y a tout ce problème de financement qu'il faudrait qu'on essaye de mobiliser. Moi, je dis que les pays du Nord ont encore beaucoup de choses à faire parce que pendant qu'on est là en train de débattre aussi qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire, comment dirais-je, tout ce qui est financement, les coûts d'adaptation aussi montent. Et nos pays sont dans des difficultés, ils ont des problèmes de dette, ils ont des problèmes de fiscalité. D'autant plus qu'on sait qu'une bonne partie des solutions viendront de l'Afrique, les solutions par rapport à tout ce qui concerne les ressources minières. On est en train de parler de critical minerals. Les critical minerals, ça va faire quoi? Est-ce que c'est juste pour qu'on les donne aux pays occidentaux pour qu'ils font leurs voitures électriques? Ou bien est-ce que nous aussi, on pourrait en bénéficier? Nos économies peuvent en bénéficier. On peut créer des emplois pour les jeunes. Mais on peut aussi ne pas être des économies qui donnent, mais qui n'ajoutent pas la valeur ajoutée. Donc, je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de choses encore à faire. Mais c'est encourageant de voir les progrès que vous êtes en train de noter par rapport à tout ce qui est énergie renouvelable. Mais bon, encore une fois, voilà ce que je peux dire, quoi, pour ne pas trop monopoliser la parole. Merci bien.
C'est déjà bon. Nous avons vraiment l'honneur d'avoir sa présence et j'en ai profité. Fatima Danton, peut-être vous allez me corriger, c'est la directrice du Centre des ressources naturelles des Nations Unies. Ancienne directrice l'Université des Nations Unies. Et elle a été également au niveau de ICPC, voilà. On est des francophones, c'est compliqué. Et je voudrais vraiment la remercier parce qu'en étant déjà au niveau de ICPC, elle a beaucoup contribué à, en tout cas, encourager la participation des jeunes et aider les jeunes à comprendre les enjeux d'abord liés au changement climatique. Je pense que moi, comme d'autres, en ont vraiment profité et c'est grâce à elle aujourd'hui si nous avons déjà ce fibre. Donc, c'est toujours un honneur, un plaisir de la rencontrer et comme vous le voyez, elle est toujours disponible à apporter vraiment, en tout cas à partager son savoir et vraiment de la façon la plus généreuse. Donc, merci Fatima pour l'honneur que vous nous donnez. Alors, je pense que ce qu'elle a dit est clair. L'Afrique, les Africains sont confrontés à plusieurs défis, mais vraiment qui se retrouvent, qui font qu'ils sont tenaillés. Pendant qu'ils sont en train de régler les problèmes liés aux énergies renouvelables, les questions d'adaptation se posent, ça n'attend pas. Et voyez-vous, il y a beaucoup de pays, malheureusement, qui sont carrément fragilisés par les dettes. Mon pays, y compris le Sénégal. Et il n'y a pas que le Sénégal. Alors, ces dettes, malheureusement, c'est pour la plupart adressé ces questions d'adaptation, ces questions de pertes et dommages, pour lesquelles nous ne sommes pas du tout responsables. Pendant ce temps, il y a les défis énergétiques qui sont devant nous. Donc, vous comprenez que vraiment, nous sommes dans une situation extrêmement compliquée, extrêmement difficile. Et nous sommes, bien sûr, confiants. Nous pouvons garder de l'espoir, mais il faut reconnaître que ce n'est pas du tout facile. Quels que soient les fonds qui vont être annoncés, la nature de ces fonds, force est de reconnaître que d'abord, cette volonté au niveau national, la volonté des politiques doit être claire, mais doit être forte. Donc, c'est ce que nous attendons de nos pays. mais à côté de la société civile qui va accompagner, qui va aider véritablement à aller vers justement le relèvement de ces défis. Alors, je vais donner la parole à Esso pour peut-être réagir aux questions qui ont été posées. Esso, vous avez la parole.
Merci Barry, merci à notre collègue du Tchad qui a voulu en savoir plus. Je pense qu'il n'y a pas de souci parce que le partenaire est ici justement pour rencontrer des pays et proposer des financements à ces pays. Donc à la fin du panel, je pourrai échanger avec vous le contact du partenaire, et si vous êtes encore là lors de la deuxième semaine, vous pouvez peut-être les rencontrer et discuter avec eux. Mais il faudrait que les questions des énergies renouvelables soient d'abord une priorité au niveau national. Et il faut que cela soit dans le plan même de développement, ou bien les politiques de développement de votre pays. Et sinon, je pense qu'ils ne pourront pas s'intéresser. Le deuxième aspect, il faudrait également que les énergies renouvelables soient prises en compte dans les CDN. Je ne sais pas si votre pays a déjà révisé les CDN, mais il faudrait quand même que cela soit pris en compte là-dedans. Maintenant, je pense que si ces conditions sont réunies, et ça pourrait être facile pour eux de pouvoir financer des projets de grande envergure dans le domaine des énergies renouvelables. Maintenant, par rapport à l'autre aspect, pourquoi le secteur privé n'intervient pas ou bien ne prend pas en compte les questions des énergies renouvelables dans les pays? Bon, moi je pense que c'est beaucoup plus le cadre législatif, je l'avais déjà dit. Je pense qu'il y a vraiment un cadre législatif assez clair. Ça peut facilement attirer les partenaires et ça peut amener à installer beaucoup de projets d'énergie renouvelable dans les pays. Donc voilà un peu les pistes de réponse que je peux donner par rapport à l'inquiétude de notre collègue du Tchad. Merci.
Merci Esso. On me signale que la situation est rétablie. On va quand même donner à Bagré la parole. Si vous nous entendez, vous pouvez ouvrir votre micro, Bagré. Merci, Bagré. Est-ce que vous nous percevez là? Vous pouvez ouvrir votre micro si vous nous percevez. Ça passe? Je ne pense pas. Je n'ai pas l'impression que ça passe. Hein? Je ne pense pas. Bon, Maya, c'est des choses qui arrivent. Hein? C'est vrai qu'on les a tous mobilisés. Ils ont laissé le truc, mais malheureusement, la technique, c'est autre chose. On ne maîtrise pas. Je pense que... Allô, Bagré? Ça passe pas? Nadia, tu es toujours avec nous. Je comprends, hein, je comprends que vraiment vous avez envie de partager le travail de recherche que vous avez vraiment réalisé dans le Maghreb. Mais malheureusement, la technique est en train de nous faire défaut. Alors, Bagré également, même chose. Ben, écoutez, je pense qu'on va s'en passer. Hein. L'essentiel, c'est qu'on aura voulu vraiment partager de façon globale les travaux de recherche qui ont été faits dans les différentes régions. C'est pourquoi nous avions tenu à inviter tous ces experts, tous ces consultants qui ont réalisé ces travaux. Mais malheureusement, la technique étant ce qu'elle est, on est obligé vraiment de les remercier pour déjà cette disponibilité et d'avoir accepté vraiment de venir partager avec nous. Donc merci, chers experts. Et maintenant, Maya, je te redonne la parole. Et comme ça, on va pratiquement le temps qui nous est imparti est presque fini. Je vous redonne la parole pour nous dire exactement quelles sont les prochaines étapes.
C'est vrai que c'est dommage que la technique nous fasse défaut parce que nous avons, dans le cadre du projet de promotion de l'adoption des énergies renouvelables, nous avons eu à rédiger un policy brief qui a été fait par le consultant Bagré, qui est un docteur en énergie, et qui a eu à recueillir un peu, élaborer plutôt certaines recommandations importantes. Donc, certaines recommandations qui étaient importantes quand même de partager au public. Mais bon, c'est pas grave. Et nous aurons l'occasion de le mettre sur notre site web et j'invite tout le monde à pouvoir aller sur nos sites, sur nos réseaux sociaux, Facebook, LinkedIn et site web pour pouvoir s'enquérir de ces travaux de recherche-là et surtout du policy brief qui a été rédigé. Donc nous aurions bien voulu partager ça, mais malheureusement, ce n'est pas le cas. Donc, ce que Seigneur. Donc, ce que je peux dire comme, pour conclure, c'est peut-être que dans le cadre de ce projet, nous avons eu à réaliser beaucoup de choses. Beaucoup de choses, oui. Comment dire? Le renforcement des capacités, les travaux de recherche et le policy brief. Donc, nous avons eu une idée qui est de lancer quand même une campagne basée à la suite de ces travaux de recherche, de ces recommandations, une campagne qui touche du doigt les solutions et les défis qu'il faut vraiment pour l'Afrique francophone. Et nous espérons qu'avec vos apports, contributions, nous pouvons faire un truc énorme pour permettre à l'Afrique francophone de pouvoir prospérer dans ce domaine-là.
Merci, Maya. Maya, on a un guest star qui, je sais que
qui est
n'est pas trop concentré parce que lui, il ne te laisse pas truquer. Donc voilà. Mais je voudrais rappeler que c'est un réseau important. Le Sénégal a eu vraiment l'honneur de recevoir tous les pays francophones à Dakar. Le réseau est né au Sénégal. Et donc, on a eu tous les pays francophones qui se sont retrouvés au Sénégal pendant 4 jours pour pouvoir mettre en place ce réseau. Et à la suite, justement, de cela, rapidement, on a eu la chance d'être appuyé par ACF, African Climate Foundation, pour ce grand projet qu'on est en train vraiment de présenter. Et on a réalisé pas mal d'ateliers dans les différents pays d'Afrique. Et franchement, je voudrais aussi en profiter pour certainement faire un clin d'œil éventuellement aux potentiels partenaires qui nous entendent ou qui nous écoutent ou qui passent simplement pour leur demander de venir un peu se joindre à nous, de venir appuyer, nous accompagner dans les efforts que nous sommes en train de faire pour la promotion des énergies renouvelables. Donc, merci. En tout cas, je suis très confiant parce qu'il y a Fatima Dando ici. Je suis absolument sûr qu'il y aura des suites. Et nous comptons vraiment sur vous, Madame Fatima Danton, pour que véritablement le travail qui est en train d'être fait, en tout cas dans le cadre des énergies renouvelables, soit vraiment, en tout cas, puisse servir. Je voudrais vraiment vous remercier, chers participants, d'avoir pris de votre temps pour nous écouter. Et pour effectivement, nous sommes aussi désolés parce que nous avions invité tous les experts qui ont travaillé sur l'étude de venir un peu partager avec vous. Mais malheureusement, la technique nous a fait défaut. C'est des choses qu'on comprend aussi. Eh bien, peut-être on va, comme Madame la coordinatrice l'a dit, essayer vraiment de vous orienter vers où vous pouvez avoir beaucoup d'informations. Mais j'en profite pour encore féliciter Madame la coordinatrice, Maya, pour l'excellent travail et vraiment qui a été effectué. Et donc, malheureusement, malgré tout, elle a pu faire le déplacement avec son garde-corps qui est là, malheureusement. Et donc, voilà, c'est ça. Et donc, Maya, je ne sais pas si on peut clôturer ou bien tu as quelque chose à ajouter.
Faire un clin d'œil également à JGF qui nous a...
Très bien, ça aussi c'est un partenaire stratégique à ne pas manquer. Parce que je dis que le réseau a été créé à Dakar. Vraiment, le financement qui a permis de mettre en place ce réseau, c'est grâce au JGF, Global Green Fund, qui a appuyé et qui a permis d'inviter tous les pays francophones, sans exception, à Dakar. Donc, merci à nos partenaires Global Green Fund, merci à ACF et merci à vous tous. Maintenant, il y a des t-shirts. Donc, il y a des t-shirts. On va vous... ESSO va distribuer les t-shirts pour ceux qui sont là. Merci vraiment.
Merci beaucoup. Merci infiniment.
Merci. Oui,
avant
exactement.
avant de démarrer, je pense qu'il allait et régler ces problèmes-là.
Moi, je crois que c'est un problème de sortie audio. Ils ont dû utiliser la sortie audio pour le micro, hein, quelque chose. En tout cas, merci COP30, ils sont encore là. Thank you COP30 for the assistance. Obrigado. Allez.
on the African continent. So we have been participating in the negotiations from the beginning, and it has been quite clear that this issue of peace and security affects every aspect of climate action. The key negotiations around climate adaptation, we know that climate adaptations include physical movement of communities, relocation of individual households from rural areas to urban, from countries to other countries on the continent, beyond the continent. Each of these adaptations we know causes conflict or exacerbates already existing conflicts. We are also negotiating climate mitigations. And again, we know that many of the proposed mitigation actions either cause conflict or exacerbate existing conflicts. Again, for the African continent, mitigation is framed around carbon sequestration, re-regulating use of natural commodities, forests, minerals, oceans, rivers, and so on. And again, we know that each transformation of rights results in new conflicts or exacerbates existing conflicts. And we could go on and talk about how climate change itself creates or exacerbates conflict, or how the climate response itself is part of or becomes problematic in a conflict context. So at UNECA, we were very pleased to collaborate with the Africa Union and the UN Office for the Africa Union and other partners to really begin to put this question of conflict and climate change on the agenda. Our previous negotiations, discussions have recognized the existence of conflict, but have not in fact centered it in our negotiations or begun to develop frameworks and approaches towards finding real sustainable solutions to this conflict. So it is my real expectation that this very first discussion that we are having on this question is going to contribute towards improving our understanding of the nexus between climate change, peace and security, and conflict, but also in developing the solutions that are urgently required to mitigate those conflicts. So once again, allow me to welcome you to this discussion, and I look forward to our participation in the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. James, for those welcoming remarks. We will do a quick transition and welcoming Dr. Samson Ogala on behalf of His Excellency Moses Vilakati, Commissioner for Agricultural Development and Blue Economy. Over to you.
Thank you, Program Moderator. Thank you, Dr. Morombezi, and the distinguished panelists. Let me also recognize the presence of His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Yobe State, Northeast Nigeria, His Excellency Idi. So you're welcome, and it's a pleasure to have you here in the House. Colleagues, good afternoon, and let me welcome each and every one of you on behalf of His Excellency Moses Vilagati, the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, Sustainable Environment of the African Union Commission. And I'm going to read the speech of His Excellency. So this is not my speech, I'm only representing. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome you on behalf of the African Union Commission. My sincere gratitude to our co-host, the Economic Commission for Africa, ECA, and the United Nations Office for African Union, UNOAU, for their steadfast partnership. Our team, Adapting to Stability, Scaling Partnership for Peace and Climate Resilience in Africa, captures the fundamental truth. In Africa, the challenges of climate change and instabilities are intricately linked, and so too must the solution be. The evidence are clear. Climate change is a potent risk multiplier, intensify competition over resources, water, exacerbating social inequalities, and driving displacement. In 2023 alone, 7.5 million Africans were displaced by climate shocks. In fragile context, these impacts do not just cause hardship, they can cause tips and tipping points to scale towards conflict. But that is not the only side of the story. We are here today to reverse that narrative. The African Union believes that climate adaptation is a powerful peace-building tool. We have seen it on the ground. And here are some of the pointers. How can climate-smart agriculture support sustainable livelihood? How inclusive community-based adaptation, especially water-sharing formulas and agreements, can build trust among competing groups? How climate-informed migration policies can create stability and not tension? Our efforts are anchored in our Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy and Action Plan 2022 to 2032, which is aligned with the Africa Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. This also closely aligned with the Nairobi Leaders' Declaration on Climate Change and Call to Action, and the recent Addis Ababa Declaration on Climate Change and Call to Action, where the whole session of the declaration was dedicated to climate peace and security and mobility. That demonstrates how the African leadership has profiled and bring to the highest political level the issues of climate peace and security and mobility. What is left is the implementation of the Addis Ababa Declaration and Call to Action on Climate Change as endorsed by our heads of state, September 10th, 2025. And this calls on all hands to be on deck so that we can move the agenda of climate mobility, peace, and security jointly together. The challenges before us are clear. We must overcome the persistent inequalities in adaptation finance. Fragile African states receive less than 2/3 of per capita finance or other low-income countries in Africa. We must integrate climate peace and security into global funding mechanisms, including loss and damage fund. Our effort must be conflict sensitive, inclusive, and accountable, and avoid maladaptation. So let us use this roundtable not just to diagnose the risk, but to deliver resilience. Let us forge a concrete, actionable partnership needed to scale peace and climate resilience across the African continent. I call on all of us, stakeholders, to join hands with the African Union, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the United Nations Office for Africa, and all other partners that are interested in moving this agenda forward in the declaration so that we can operationalize as well as the Africa Common Position, which is currently being developed on peace, climate, and security, led by the African Union Commission. I thank you for your commitment, and I look forward to a successful discussion and deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks, Dr. Samson Ogalo, and we really appreciate the support of the African Union and leadership in addressing climate-related insecurity risks. Now, we will move into some statements from our panelists to deliver from who are sitting in the front. We also had Dr. Richard Muyungi, African Group of Negotiators chairperson, but he could not make it because there is an ongoing ministerial update for the African group. But all the same, it means he is advancing the important issues that need to be advanced at this COP. Now I will move ahead, and I'm going to request His Excellency Ambassador Tony Agotha, EU Special Envoy for Climate and Environment, to deliver his remarks.
Do I sit here? Either way. Oh, I'll stand up. It's easier. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for organizing this. It's an issue that I've been dealing with since I was in the cabinet of Executive Vice President Frans Timmermans and the Commission, where we built the Green Deal in 2019. And I remember in the beginning, we were so focused on ourselves that it was very difficult to push through this issue of the impact of climate change and environmental degradation on peace, security, and defense. But we did. And we have a policy. And the premise of the policy is that we have to link up all the different issues, from data to policies to missions to partnerships to military. All these things have to be linked up because we're doing things, but they're not coordinated. So we have humanitarian action to fix a dam, but then at the same time we come there and there are all kinds of solar panels, but nobody fixed the dam. So there has to be more coherence. And we're looking for partnerships. And I remember having quite some dialogues with the African Union where I was impressed of the intention and the ambition. And we very much commend the hard work that's being done to finalize the common position on this issue from the African Union. And we look forward to then engage. As you know, we have an EU-African Union summit upcoming soon at the end of November. And we're absolutely sure that this issue must figure strongly on that agenda. Now, when it comes to the EU, we have a Team Europe initiative on climate change adaptation and resilience in Africa, which focus on the compound conflict analysis, dynamics, and insecurity in contexts affected by fragility. We're also putting environmental advisors in our common foreign and security defense missions. For instance, EU CAP in the Sahel, or tackling environmental crime in the Central African Republic. And with more than 1.5 billion euros contribution for the Great Green Wall, we are restoring land and helping to build climate resilience and creating green opportunities. And why is this so important? Because I think, as Dr. James said, that the changing and challenging environment is going to lead to a lot of harm. And unfortunately, it leads to harm of the people who had the least responsibility to do this. The crisis will not be distributed evenly. And whether it is about conflicts over arable land, over critical raw materials, water stress, which is a big one, or whether it is inviting rogue powers from outside to come in and exploit the fragilities of burgeoning democracies and people who are already vulnerable, this is an issue that we have to have on our radar. If not, we will be flying blind. So we are doing our best, but I'll be honest with you, it is not yet self-executing in my system. We're pushing and pushing and pushing. And the partnerships tactically are interesting, not because they're only intrinsically valuable, but because they force our own people to talk to each other, and they force our partners, because I'm sure you have the same issues of different silos, to talk to each other. So we are very much looking forward to engage with the African Union in general. In particular, I'm very sorry for this. And I want to thank you again and look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Special Envoy. And of course, you always, when you take a position to speak on climate, peace, and security, you always deliver it with so much passion. And it is also, of course, backed by the EU's initiatives on climate change, peace, and security, and the joint communique. Also, I think you've mentioned a really important point on the upcoming EU-AU summit, and to see how this can be discussed as a common issue of interest. We have seen this being discussed at the EU-AU UN trilateral as well. So I think it's good to see this reflected in this discussion. Then it can give us a common cause as we move forward. Now, allow me to invite His Excellency Ambassador Wael Abulmek is not here. Okay, I wanted him to stay to the floor. Mr. Wolfgang Benzel, Germany Deputy Head of Mission from Brazil. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished guests. I extend my sincere gratitude to today's co-hosts, the Africa Climate Policy Center at UNECA and the UN Office to the African Union and the African Union for bringing together such a distinguished group of experts and stakeholders and institutions to address this critical nexus between climate change, peace and security in Africa. We all recognize the significant challenges Africa faces as a continent disproportionately affected by climate change, and the interplay between environmental and climate pressure and existing vulnerabilities have been mentioned and are undeniable. We witness the growing evidence of climate change acting as a risk multiplier across the continent. And however, today I wish to focus less on restating these challenges, which I know are well understood by all people here present, and more on collaborative pathway forward. At the heart of these pathways lies the leadership demonstrated by the African Union in developing the Common African Position on Climate, Peace and Security, the CAP-CPS. This initiative represents a crucial step towards integrating climate action with peace-building efforts, and we commend the AU member states for their commitment to this process. Seeking to advance the climate peace security nexus, Germany only this week has announced a new contribution of €3 million to the United Nations Climate Security Mechanism. This supports also the work of climate and security advisors to UN missions in Africa, including Somalia and the Horn of Africa. Apart from that, the Foreign Office of Germany is implementing specific projects that link climate adaptation, resilience and peace building. The Weathering Risk Peace Pillar projects in Somalia, for example, focus on environmental conflict mediation between conflicting tribal communities, with peace dialogues, radio programs, workshops. They address both environmental and social-driven drivers of conflict. Starting in 2026, an IKI-funded project, IKI is a German acronym for International Climate Protection Initiative. So this IKI-funded project will extend our engagement on the climate, peace and security nexus to the Mandera Triangle, which is the border region between Ethiopia, Kenya and Somalia. And we are also providing support to women-led civil society organizations in Nigeria through the Women's Peace and Humanitarian Fund to promote local conflict prevention and climate adaptation. Let me give you also an example how this looks like in practice. In Nigeria, our funding supports the Center for Women's Studies and Intervention, which addresses climate-related conflicts and injustices rooted in resource management. The project promotes gender equality by training women as community peace advocates and providing climate-smart agricultural techniques and distributing organic seeds to women in conflict-affected areas. The organization fosters inclusive dialogue through building a community climate security architecture. Let me end by saying that we are pleased that many of our African partners are part of the New York-based Group of Friends on Climate and Security, which Germany co-chairs together with Nauru. As newest members, we welcome Somalia and Sierra Leone to this group. There are 79 members now, and the group demonstrates that there is a strong coalition of countries which are dedicated to strengthening multilateral solutions to climate and security risks. I hope this session today gives a further impulse. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, Excellencies, help me and join me in again giving a round of applause to the presentation from His Excellency. I think just this October, we were in Berlin for the Berlin Climate Security Conference. Again, Germany has always shown its partnership and leadership in addressing climate change, peace and security by bringing partners together. And I think in that spirit, this is why we are bringing this partnership to COP, where we have different and diverse actors to start to discuss this more concretely on how we can advance and put together all the COP initiatives that we have been seeing coming up. Now, allow me to call in Miss Leila Hassanova, the COP29 Youth Climate Champion.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. It's very late in the evening, and everyone is gearing up for the rest day tomorrow, and me too. But it was my pleasure to be invited here today. And dear Excellencies, colleagues, and friends, thanks again for the opportunity to contribute to this important discussion. And as we confront intersecting crises, it's essential we recognize that behind every migration statistic, there is a human story, which is often shaped by broken systems, depleted ecosystems, and increasingly the climate crisis. From my engagements last year with young people across the regions, around the whole world, one message has been very clear. Young people are not only among the most affected by these cascading crises, but also among the most committed to driving local solutions, grassroots solutions. Whether through regenerative agriculture, water management, innovation, or building climate resilient food systems. Well, unfortunately, yet too often, we young people are missing from the decision-making tables. That is why, under the COP29 presidency, we have worked to ensure that youth participation is not symbolic, but it's strategic, including through the NDC 3.0 campaign, which we launched last year to elevate youth voices in national and international climate processes. This includes prioritizing peace-positive climate action, particularly in fragile and conflict-affected settings where young people are on the front lines of adaptation, yet furthest from access to resources and influence. Our presidency also was very proud to support the advancement of a global framework on children, youth, peace, and climate security, building on the momentum from COP28 and partnerships with UNDP, UNFPA, UNICEF, and many other colleagues and partners. This framework recognizes that climate action and peace building are deeply interconnected into each other, and that young people must be central to both of them. But frameworks, of course, alone are not enough and will never be enough. We need capacity building initiatives that are youth-led and for youth. We need technological innovation and advancement that is accessible, and we need financing models and mechanisms that support youth-led initiatives, climate solutions, especially in the fragile regions where food insecurity and displacement risks are at the highest. And as we move forward, I hope this roundtable serves as a catalyst for stronger collaboration across generations, sectors, and geographies. Because if we are truly to meet the triple challenge of water, land, and food, we must also triple our ambition for inclusive and peace-positive climate action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laila, for those remarks. And again, the COP29 presidency, as we all know, they've been advancing this agenda at COP, connecting from the African initiative, the Climate Responses for Peace, which was launched at COP27 in Egypt. Which first coined the discussions on climate peace and security at COPs, which then went over to the declaration on climate relief, recovery, and peace at COP28, and then COP29 took initiative to bring all these discussions together into the Baku Climate and Peace Hub, which has been doing a couple of initiatives throughout, including recently in Africa at the Climate Week 2, where we had a dialogue with African partners again on this issue. So we really thank you for that. To close off our high-level and opening session, I would like to invite Mr. Excellent to also come and deliver remarks on behalf of UNDP. Excellent, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, colleagues, or is it evening already? I'm here to read a speech on behalf of Dr. Matthias Nab, who is the director of the UNDP Regional Safe Center for Africa, which is based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends, it is an honor to join you today for this critical dialogue on climate, peace, and security, a nexus that is shaping Africa's future in a very profound way. I extend my appreciation to the African Union Commission, to UNECA, and to UNOA, and all partners for convening this time roundtable. Colleagues, climate change is not just an environmental challenge, it is actually a risk multiplier that deepens vulnerabilities and undermines stability. Across Africa, rising temperatures, prolonged droughts, recurrent floods, and many other extreme events are eroding livelihoods, straining governance systems, and fueling competition over scarce resources. These dynamics exacerbate social inequalities. They drive displacement, and they heighten the risk of conflict, particularly in fragile contexts such as in the Sahel, the Horn of Africa, and some coastal zones. The statistics are sobering. For example, 7.5 million Africans were displaced by climate shocks in 2023, and climate-related displacements have tripled in recent years. Countries facing both high climate exposure and insecurity receive less than 2/3 of the adaptation finance allocated to other low-income countries. Without deliberate action, these trends will continue to undermine peace and development gains. Today's discussion is about breaking the vicious cycle of vulnerability and exclusion. It is about ensuring that climate resilience and peace building are not treated as separate agendas, but as interconnected priorities. The development of the Common Africa Position on Climate, Peace and Security and the Addis Ababa Declaration are important milestones. Now we must move from policy to implementation, mobilizing partnerships, finance, and innovation to deliver peace-positive climate action. UNDP stands firmly with African institutions and member states to advance this integrated agenda, and our commitment includes 1, supporting policy coherence, 2, strengthening institutional capacities, 3, mobilizing climate finance, 4, empowering youth and women, as agents of resilience and peace, recognizing their central role in shaping inclusive solutions. In fact, this afternoon, I moderated a side event that was looking at examples of how effective we can be when women are in the forefront in terms of addressing issues of resilience, but we need to empower women with resources, with capacities, and give them the opportunities to be the leaders. We are also working with partners to integrate climate security considerations in global financing mechanisms, including the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, and to advocate for Africa's special needs and circumstances in global negotiations. Let me end with a call for action. Excellencies, colleagues, the stakes could not be higher. Climate shocks are compounding humanitarian crises and are threatening hard-won peace and development gains. But Africa is not just a continent of vulnerabilities. It is a continent of solutions. By scaling partnerships and aligning climate resilience with peace building, we can turn this risk into resilience and instability into opportunity. Let us seize this moment at COP30 to commit to integrated action, inclusive partnerships, and sustained investment that will secure a stable, climate-resilient future for Africa. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Excellent, for those remarks from UNDP. Now, colleagues, excellencies, friends that I see, help me to thank this panel for this lively discussion and opening of this important session. Now, we will take a group photo for the opening session, and then we transition into the next discussion. Now we transition, and I am going to hand over to Dr. James to take us through the next session.
Minutes for these interventions. The panel is very structured in the sense that each panelist has been requested to think about a specific activity, solution, initiative, and to share that initiative with us with a view to understanding how it contributes to furthering the partnership that we are building, but also contributes to the African solutions that Excellent talked about as he concluded his speech. I hope that all the panelists are here, and if we are all here, that means we can only accommodate the first 5 and then we'll call the others. So can I ask Dr. Paulino Omai to please join us at the front? Also Dr. Alhamdu Dosuma, I see Alhamdu is here. Miss Chiagozi Ude from please apologies. Yeah, it's listed as Miss Chiadozi here. Okay, Dr. Elizabeth Carabin, Santiago Network, and I have a space for Mr. Charles Mwangi from Pagja. So now, given that we have limitations of time, but we really want to listen to your experiences and the initiatives that you have developed, are leading, are participating in towards linking the question of climate, peace and security. I have two questions for each of you, but I'm going to ask one question and give you just 3 minutes to respond to that question, after which we'll have a bit of a conversation with the participants here, and then we'll come to the next panel. Now, starting here with you, Dr. Omai. Dr. Omai is the head of climate change at the IGAD, Climate Prediction and Applications Center, IGPAC. IGAD, Dr. Omai, has established a climate security coordination mechanism. Can you tell us in very simple terms how this mechanism is helping countries in the Horn of Africa to link climate risks with security risks, as well as to plan better together? Just 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, moderator, and also I want to appreciate the Africa team for bringing us together. I just appreciate this spirit of partnership. If you look at the nature of the mandate for IGAD, Intergovernmental Authority on Development, as one of the African regional economic blocks, we have a main 4 program. The program number 3 in the pillar of the mandate of IGAD is peace and security. So peace and security is very important. Now coming into climate perspective, to implement that agenda, we have a specialized institution called IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, where I'm serving as a head of climate change and also IGAD designated contact point to UNFCCC. So the agenda of peace and security, it is very important. If you look at the nature of climate shocks in East Africa in general, in recent years, the shock become, or extreme climate event become back to back, mean you from 2 years to 3 years, then you are coming back to flood, then from flood to drought. So the security and insecurity posed by this extreme event, very important. Therefore, we established a mechanism to handle that one under IGPAC. And this mechanism actually been promoted recently into a separate and unique unit within IGPAC for us able to implement this nexus from moving from the weather information into decision makers and also reaching to the end user through the risk narrative. Then from there you're able to tackle the risk posed by climate and also associated into insecurities, whether positively or negative. Because by end of process, if you have a positive aspect, you are reducing the insecurity. If it's become a recurrent of extreme event, which now the livelihood being affected, now we are coming into insecurity. So all of them are interlinked together. So it's not possible for you to separate. That is why we are putting them from science-based data into action for us able to interlink the all nexus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omai. And that emphasizes the role of data and science in informing policy and contributing towards prevention of conflict. Now I'll move to you, Dr. Dusuma. Dr. Dusuma is the Manager, Climate Change and Green Growth at the African Development Bank. The bank is investing in climate actions across Africa. From your perspective, what does it take to make these initiatives, investments, work in fragile and conflict-affected settings, where risks are higher but needs are greatest? Flo.
Oh, thank you very much, James, and thanks for inviting us to this very insightful conversation. The African Development Bank has long recognized the nexus between climate and fragility and conflicts. And statistics speak by themselves. Actually, 9 out of the 10 most vulnerable countries in the world are in the African continent. In the meantime, 12 of the 19 countries most affected by conflicts are also in the continent. So it shows that there is a clear nexus between climate vulnerability and fragility. In response to that, the African Development Bank has initiated in 2008 what we call the Transitional Support Facility. It's a financing instrument that's focusing on providing support, financing support to the 37 low-income countries in the African continent. And these countries are also those that are being affected by fragility. So this, we call it TSF, the Transitional Support Facility, is providing actually around $7.8 billion to those 37 countries. Concessional financing to build their resilience and address fragility. On the climate space, we have recently established what we call the Climate Action Window, which is also operating in these 37 countries, but now focusing on climate financing, especially adaptation financing. As I speak, this funding instrument has provided already $386 million in climate action in those 37 countries. Out of that, 73% has been allocated as adaptation financing. Again, in these countries facing fragility. This climate action window actually complements the first initiative, the Transitional Support Facility, because the two are addressing the two sides of the same coin, which is fragility and climate vulnerability. So I wanted to share that experience that we are already operating in that space. We have initiatives that are supporting countries, but as you know, the needs are significant. Despite all the efforts, we still need additional resources. We need partnership because we cannot do that alone. We need to work with all partners, including humanitarian organizations, development partners, investors, in order to close the significant financing gap. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dusuma. Yeah, let's give him another round of applause. Again, I think the key lesson there is investing in adaptation and resilience also addresses the issue of fragility. So we appreciate the efforts of the bank there. Now, coming up to you, Chagozi. So I have been involved in many conversations, virtual conversations with Chagozi. He sounded like a man. I knew he was a guy. But when I was reading this, it says Miss Chagozi. So I was wondering, apologies for the forced pass. But Chagozi, the UNFPA has been co-leading the global framework on children, youth, peace, and climate security. How can this framework be aligned with African continental processes such as the CAP, CPS, and the Addis Ababa Declaration?
Thank you very much for having me, and good to see you again. I think just to build on what has already been said, especially highlighting the vulnerabilities that we have in the continent, we have about 90% of the young world people, 1.8 billion, living in countries that are either developing or conflict affected. Climate change is exacerbating every of this situation, and we really need to pay attention to that. There's the component of child risk and the component of increasing risk for young people. We have about 60% of our population suffering under the waves of heat waves, and this is impacting their livelihood, their work. That also increases the risk of conflict. We know what the intersection of food insecurity and water insecurity is causing around conflict again within the continent. So all of this culminated in a compelling demand and need to have a harmonized way that we work, that we program across climate, peace, and security, especially as it impacts and affects children and young people. So from COP28 as highlighted, where the peace and climate agenda was really established, we had many engagement and discussions with the presidency of COP28 to start this process. Moved to Azerbaijan to consolidate on that, and with the presidency of also Brazil. But we are looking towards being able to launch this global framework in 2026. It has specific components around it, which also aligns with the common position of Africa on climate, peace, and security, but as well as the Addis Ababa Declaration that was done at the last Climate Week. Just to highlight a few of the pillars that we have in the global framework, we are looking at having a well-resourced framework that has new and additional financing to support countries in fragile and humanitarian context. We are looking to see that this framework establishes the principles of intergenerational leadership and equity that integrates training and accurate capacity building to enhance the resilience of people who live in these communities to really take this forward. We've mentioned the components of research, data, and assessments, in this case assessments and data that are gender and age disaggregated, to be very specific in supporting government to have targeted interventions, responses, and action. And also to have the climate space environment with integration of protection components that protect young people in vulnerable areas, and finally the component of multi-stakeholder partnerships. As we advance both in mitigation and adaptation, in this case conflict-sensitive adaptation, we find, for example, in the drive to have renewable energy, to have electric vehicles, there's an uptake in mining of critical minerals, most of which are also in the continent. There is an intersection of conflict risks in that process that we need to take care of. So as we are having the best intentions to have the most efficient green environment, we must always think about how this affects young people in their daily lives, in green economy, in adaptation measures, in building resilience, and this is what this framework is all about. It is consolidating, aligning with the common position of Africa, especially around social inclusion, gender, and youth engagement. I think there's a lot of things to be implemented, but we are harmonizing this across the various regional frameworks to be able to have a holistic global process that has the endorsement of critical partners, especially within the African Union and the various UN partners, the key member states as highlighted in the previous opening panels, to be able to prioritize young people and children within the climate, peace, and security agenda.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chiagozi. So I think the critical issue is this is a global framework that UNFPA is building, but it is perfectly aligned to the African context. And you also add the component of protection, particularly for young people, which I think is another critical component as we think about the linkages between climate, peace, and security. Thank you very much. And now coming to you, Dr. Elizabeth Carabin, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Dr. Carabin is the Senior Program Manager of the Santiago Network on loss and damage. Now, Dr. Carabin, loss and damage discussions often avoid terms like conflict or fragility. Yet, these realities shape vulnerability in many African states. How can the Santiago Network better incorporate these dimensions without politicizing its mandate? 3 minutes, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with this incredible panel and the previous to discuss this very important issue that's been really very close to my heart for some time. And it's now with a new hat, you see me, at Santiago Network. So I have a couple of points, very brief for you. The first, really, if you're not familiar with Santiago Network, its name doesn't give you much clue, but I think this audience knows well that it is a mandated body of the UNFCCC set up under the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage with a very specific mandate, a very simple mandate, to catalyze technical assistance to avert, minimize, and address loss and damage in developing countries, particularly affected by the adverse effects of climate change. And as we've heard, those are almost invariably including those countries that are conflict affected and fragile states. It's your negotiators who fought for years, decades, for us to exist. We're now here, and I really have two messages for you. And to do so, I want to refer to the declaration that Dr. Egallo had read from at the beginning. The first, your leaders, your member states of the UN and AU for us have given us at Santiago Network two instructions. The first one, to take note of the urgent need for the Santiago Network to be fully operational. I can tell you we are fully operational. We're receiving requests for technical assistance. And we've just issued the call for proposals for our second request for technical assistance. And as you say, we don't have a particular focus, a particular mandate for conflict-affected countries, but the second request that comes to us is from Yemen. And I look at the pipeline and I can see the coincidence. It's not a coincidence. What's the word I'm looking for? Between the countries that are requesting for support and the issue we're talking about today. So I can tell you that more and more will come for technical assistance. So this is the first one, and we're really excited, and I invite you strongly, please submit your request for technical assistance. These can come from countries, they can come from governments, they can come, very importantly for us and for all the negotiators that fought for Santiago Network, they can come from communities. So they can come from community organizations, women's groups, any quarters. And as you know, as we know, these are the ones most affected by climate change, but also by conflict, and also by the losses and damages that maybe we can quantify as economic, maybe we can't. They're non-economic, and this is where the issues start to come together. The second point, you asked us to enhance our coordination, coherence, and complementarity with the Warsaw International Mechanism, with the Santiago Network and the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, which many of you have mentioned, and especially including respective secretariats. So I can speak on behalf of our secretariats. Maybe some of you saw it earlier this week, where we had a special event over the other side to update you on this collaboration and coherence. And I am here to say that it's happening. We're mandated for it to happen. It is happening. We have an excellent collaboration together with the secretariats of both. And I again urge, really, when thinking of those technical assistance requests, think of the opportunities for the Santiago Network's technical assistance to lead requesters towards these funds. And I think for fragile or conflict-affected countries, the opportunity is really, really there to use the Santiago Network to start to open some of these really, as we've known for years, the barriers to accessing finance of any kind, climate finance, to start to access for loss and damage, on to the other, we've seen recent successes from the Green Climate Fund in some countries, and I really think it's incredible to be able to sit in a panel to discuss a really, really difficult issue, but say, we know there are solutions and we have the luxury to be able to address them. So I really appreciate the opportunity to convey the message, and I look forward to hearing from and working with many of you. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Dr. Elizabeth, particularly for informing us that, in fact, the Santiago Network is operational and that there are solutions that we can all contribute towards. Just a reminder, I work for the African Climate Policy Center, which is part of a tripartite initiative of the African Development Bank, the UNECA, and the African Union Commission. And one of the things we did more than 10 years ago in 2013 was we developed the only model-based prediction tool to link climate change with loss and damage. And now, through this ClimDev Africa, we are trying to see whether, in fact, we can expand the application of this tool from simply its predictive value to also begin to understand what the scale of local damage could be, but also whether it would lead to other effects such as conflict and insecurities. So we will continue working on that, and we would like to continue collaborating with the Santiago Network on this work. Thank you. Now allow me to turn to Mr. Charles Mwangi, the head of programs for the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, PACJA. Civil society often has the closest proximity to affected communities. What is the most effective way for CSOs to influence climate, peace, and security discussions so that local risks and injustices truly shape global and continental processes and policies?
All right, so thank you so much, Dr. Mrobezi, for that question. And it's quite interesting listening to my fellow panelists around here. But broadly, generally human beings, we tend to be controlled by, should I say, survival instincts. Generally, that's how, we function. And our survival is so much dependent mostly on natural resources. Think about water, think about rainfall, think about pastures. And so long as those resources are available, we're okay, we are fine. But to the extent that those particular resources that are sensitive to climate change start becoming scarce, that's when you start, of course, experiencing, conflicts between communities, conflicts between one group and the other, and they might manifest in different ways. You could call them tribal clashes, you could call them religious clashes, but at the end of the day, you could actually attach or limit these conflicts to natural resources that are becoming scarce, but natural resources that are also really subject, to climate, change. And therefore, it should be very, very easy to establish the nexus between climate, and some of the conflicts we experience, within Africa, particularly within the Horn of Africa, and again also within, the Sahel, region. But I want to say this, that as a civil society actors, we feel that we have a role, to play in bringing out this particular nexus, and I think it's a critical thing that we are now raising, thinking about that common Africa position, on matters conflict, migration, and again, issues of climate. I remember we fought very hard, and we're still fighting to raise the profile of health again within the climate negotiations, because somehow it takes quite a long time for people to see also the nexus between health and climate. But again, it should be very, very easy for us to be able to establish the nexus between conflicts that we experience so in the continent and matters, to do with, climate change in this particular regard. Now, as Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, we started thinking about this long time ago. Actually, more than 8 years ago, we established what we are calling the Horn of Africa Working Group on climate, security. And I think we started gathering some data, and some of the issues that we found were that some of the conflict resolution mechanisms, even within the Horn of Africa, were actually being implemented without necessarily making reference to environment or to climate change at all. And I think that is one of the gaps that I think we need now to address. We need to actually implement or actually incorporate what we call climate, sensitive, dimensions within the conflict resolution themselves. I remember one time talking to a certain community in one of the regions, and the community told me that since 1970, they have had 27 peace deals within that region since 1970. But none of those have been very successful. But again, reflecting around some of those particular, conflict resolution, strategies that were actually developed in that particular area, none of them was addressing the issues of climate. And I think that is the gap we need to actually address. We have been learning that Horn of Africa Working Group on Climate Security, but we have now transitioned into what we are calling CrimeSec, or Climate Security for Africa, bringing in now other regions. And I remember in year 2022, at the Sidelines of Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, we were able to launch that particular initiative. And I think we need now to think about some of these efforts that are being implemented, including what is now being led by AU, so that we can unite together, we can consolidate, amalgamate all these initiatives, so that we can actually be able to drive one common front, particularly around the common Africa position on climate and security, that I think my colleague Ogara was able to actually point out. But I also think it's important to prioritize, of course, locally learned peace solutions, so that we are not necessarily taking models from somewhere else and planting them on the communities, assuming a tabula rasa mentality, that these communities probably don't have options that they think would actually work for them. I think it's important we try to integrate some of those local level probably opinions of how then we can be able to integrate climate and security matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles, for bringing the community, the local perspectives, but also for pointing out some of the challenges. It's a question that I haven't actually found any solution to this in theory, in practice, of how in fact policy is interpreted at the local level. A very serious question. So you get, for instance, an agriculture intervention. Does the community say, okay, now we are thinking agriculture, and then you get a forestry intervention? Does the community say, okay, we are done with agriculture, now we are forestry, and then you get climate? So do communities compartmentalize things in the same way that policies and interventions are sectoral? I don't think so. And I think the point that Charles is making is that we really need to find a way to actually address a holistic set of issues in order for it to be relevant. So people will never say, even if you don't have climate change in your approach, but still climate change is impacting on their local livelihoods as well. So those of you who are researchers, who are policymakers, who are philosophers, please help us to understand how we can actually engage these issues. So that brings us to the end of this panel, and thank you very much for abiding with our request for brevity. I would like to call the next panelist to please come forward and replace you at the front. I will now call on Mr. Ngariam Gaye, who is the manager, Disaster Risk Management and Climate Change at ICAS. If he's here with us. And then I also have Ms. Nazanin Moshiri, Senior Advisor, Climate and Peace Strategic Partnerships, Berghoff Foundation. Please join us here. His Excellency Honorable Idi Barde Gubana, Deputy Governor of Yobe State, Nigeria. Okay, so you still have 30 minutes, 3 minutes, even if it's only 2, so that we have enough time to interact with our audience. Please, if you indulge me. So starting with Ms. Moshiri, you work closely with peace mediators and political processes. What role can climate responsive investments play in supporting peace processes, especially in contexts where environmental degradation is a driver of local tensions? 3 minutes, please.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here on this very warm day here in Brazil. And I mean, look, I think it's really very context specific. It really depends on where you're talking about. Yes, you know, Berghoff Foundation is a peace-building foundation. We work in 20 countries. We do mediation across those countries. And the reality is that, you know, what works in one country may be quite sensitive in others. For example, in Iraq, water is a very sensitive issue, whereas in Yemen, water could be an entry point to mediation. And the same goes for countries in Africa as well. But I just wanted to make a couple of points based on what we've been discussing and heard today, which I think is quite important. And I just wanted to add a bit of a dose of reality to the discussion here. You know, yes, of course, adaptation and climate adaptation is a peace dividend. There's no doubt about it in many, many contexts. But at the same time, you know, what we heard here today, if you read between the lines, particularly from our European colleagues and also what we're seeing on the ground in Germany, is that the issues are becoming increasingly securitized. So defense spending is on the rise in many parts of the world. Budgets are being squeezed, and peace building is being pushed aside. And the reality is that when we talk about implementation, whether implementation of the Addis Accord or implementation of the Common African Position or implementation here in Brazil, you know, this is the COP of implementation. You cannot have implementation without peace. You can't have climate action without peace. So we need to find a way to still bring peace back into the frame. And as we all know, we're sitting here in Brazil, and there is no peace day here. We're talking about peace, but there's no peace day here in Brazil. But we're finding a way through, what's happening in Africa to still bring peace into the frame, which I think is really, really important. And I think Africa really is leading the way on that. But again, I just want to say we need to bear in mind that we don't want to over-securitize the issue. And unfortunately, that's what's happening in many parts of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Moshiri. And again, this critical variable of securitization, militarization even, how do we address that? Is this an issue that we can reduce to the technical context of the negotiations, or do we need another dimension in our understanding of the Nexus question? But importantly, you do say, regardless of what we do, we cannot in fact address the climate response, adaptation, resilience without peace. We need peace. Thank you very much. Now, Your Excellency, Honorable Gubana, you are the Deputy Governor of Yobe State in Nigeria. Nigeria has been at the front line of both climate shocks, but also security challenges. From your experience, what practical measures at state and local government level have proven most effective in reducing climate-related tensions, particularly over land, water, and grazing resources? You have the floor.
First of all, we in Yobe State as subnational government were really affected by the climate change, which resulted in the non-actors for almost over a decade. We have been battling with the non-actors in my state as a result of climate change that resulted to the emergence of Boko Haram. We have taken steps at a subnational level to ensure that we curtail the persistent movement of climate factors that affect the majority of people who are subsistence farmers by making a council on climate change, on erosion control and restoration, which is receiving attention for adaptation by, I am coming with my speaker, the of the parliament here. And so many steps we have been taking on that. But in the climate change, I will refer back to the EU, because maybe the young people may only get the information by history, by reading books. I was a physical person who participated 4 decades back when we were in Lake Chad. I was then an agri officer, very young. We knew how the Lake Chad basins has absorbed hundreds of thousands of youth in agricultural system. Gradually, Lake Chad exceeds. African nations were talking with their actions that they will drain the Lake Chad basins, and let's go back to agricultural system, which may equally improve the climate issues in that zones, not Nigeria, only in that corridor. I made such presentation in 2002 at the Lake Chad Summit in Jamena. IOM under Ambassador Nuhu, I told them, for over 25 years, you are talking of dredging Lake Chad basins. Does it mean that we are not serious African countries? Please, UN should do something to drive this process. I wish the African Development Bank person was here, he left. The climate change EU head, ECA head has left. UNEP, you have been going around circumambulating the problem without dipping in. African Union, you have to take the lead to see that something is done to restore Lake Chad basin. These are the major issues that created the Boko Harams in Niger, Chad, Cameroon, Nigeria, and even building into Benin Republic, Togo, etc. So I think we should do something to see that we revive that place so that people may have livelihood, both males, women, and whatever we've been saying. We are talking of youth resilience on climate change. But we are not solving the problem permanently for the youth. We are leaving them in a container full of problems. Are we serious? We should not be talking without taking actions for decades. I think we have to do something to change this ecosystem. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Honorable Governor. And I think this is a very critical, empirical case of how climate change has affected a large geographic area, created numerous sets of challenges, but also created responses which, as you say, Honorable Governor, are efforts to understand the challenge but never becoming real interventions that have resolved it. So why is it that we still have all of these conflicts around Lake Chad if all of these institutions are involved? They've been studying and they've been trying to do something about it. So this is a real call to action. We need, this is not something that will happen tomorrow. It's something that has been happening for years, and we all know the impacts, Boko Haram, the securitization, the militarization. What do we do? How do we move to the next step of implementation? The African Union are here, they are hearing. The UNFPA are here as well. They will probably contribute towards, but critically, the Office of the UN at the OAU, which is, sorry, the Office of the UN at the AU, not the OAU, are here, who are developing also this partnership. So with that, allow me to hand over to the UNAU office to make their closing remarks and tell us how this will be addressed. We don't really have much time, unfortunately, colleagues, to have an interaction with the panelists. So over to you, Tendai.
Thank you so much, Dr. James. Can we please give a round of applause to Dr. James for moderating our panelists? This has been really a sobering discussion, and Honorable has given us real issues, real examples of how the Lake Chad Basin has been drawn into a cycle of unending conflicts, and this has resulted in there has been caused or exacerbated by climate change, the receding Lake Chad Basin, and climate impacts. So I've been requested by Dr. James to quickly give closing remarks, but I am going to hand over the closing remarks to the African Union. But before I hand over, I would like to implore the partners that are present here today that the impacts of climate change on peace and security in Africa are not a discussion that is far away, or is it something that needs to be conceptualized? These are happening right on the ground, and sometimes I have to mention that this is a matter of life and death on a daily basis. And what the United Nations has done is, through the climate security mechanism, it has brought together several organizations, which are the United Nations Development Program, the United Nations, Environmental Program, the Department of Political and Peace Building Affairs, and the Department of Peace Operations, coming together through their own different and shared complementarity and expertise to address climate, peace, and security. So I would like to thank you for coming, and I would like to hand over to the African Union to give us some quick closing remarks, and maybe after the panelists who are in front can come, and then we can have a family photo, and then we can close the session. Dr. Osem, over to you.
Thank you, Tendai. Thank you, Your Excellency, and for the panelists. I think Excellency has really given us a charge. And the African Union Commission had since risen up to the challenge. I remember I was on a panel the day before yesterday, and I said, we have enough data in Africa, let's act now. We cannot keep researching and researching until we get all the data. We have enough. Let's start with what we have. And under the leadership of His Excellency, Commissioner Vilakati Moses, the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment of the African Union, he is a man of action. He always says, I want to see results. Result, enough of talk. Let's move to action. And in operationalizing that, last month in Cairo, Egypt, together with CCPA, Ms. Noor is up there, and UNOAU and UNDP, we organize a series of training workshops in Cairo, in Egypt, on access to climate finance that will be addressing issues of peace and security. Because the member states are saying, okay, we need even means of implementation to even address issues of conflict and peace and security. So we move into actions, and that series is going on with CCCPA, all our partners, UNOAU. We have hit the ground running. While the African Common Position on Climate, Peace and Security is also being finalized, by the end of this month, there will be some validation meetings with member states, the regional economic communities of the African Union and other partners to advance that, because we have a mandate from the Addis Ababa Declaration to finalize and operationalize the Common Africa Position on Peace and Security. So it is no longer the African Union Commission that you know before. We are walking the talk now. And the time to act is now. And we cannot do it alone. We need our member states. We need the regional economic communities, IGAD, ACMAD, the center in Niamey, and others. We need even civil society from on what they are doing. The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, AFDB. Let's team together, work together. And again, the role of our youth and women. There will be no peace without our youth and women involvement. Let it be a journey that will leave no one behind. And we can do it. Africa has what it takes to do it. We don't need a savior from anywhere else. We only need partnership. And that is all. And at the Addis Ababa Declaration, I've made that clear. Come partner with Africa. We are not a victim. We are also a hub of solution providers. And I want to thank you, Your Excellencies and all the panelists for this charge, and we're taking it forward. Let's walk the talk. Thank you, and we declare this event. Okay, please, the panelists, for a group photo. All the panelists, Dr. Murombezi, Charles, and the rest, please join us.